How's everybody doing today?
Can't complain. Well, good. It's so cold over here in Toronto. We had 100-kilometer winds, which is 62 miles an hour.
Yikes, that sounds crazy. And it makes the cold feel so much worse, too.
Oh, I know, it's ridiculous. Has anyone here traded leaps before?
I have not, but they're just longer term, like yearly options. Yeah, it's just a option with a expiration longer than
Yeah, and I kind of like those because it's like I think theta decay. There's no theta decay. I've never tried leaps, but I'm thinking of doing it just for fun. So I'm not gonna be obviously taking large sizes onto it. The whole it just like every so it's funny because like I reconnected with some of my friends that are traders and analysts, and every analyst I talk to just trades leaps, and I'm like, what the hell? It's like why? Obviously, they don't make as much money as we do.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about leaps, but I do know that they still have decay, but the theta curve is slower and accelerates towards the end. So if you are, let's say you think something's going to happen in the next 3 or 4 months on a stock, like a long term, a short term investment or a long term swing, it would make sense.
Yeah, and I'm just so excited about my BYND puts that I sold the January calls, and then I uh, bought the 90 calls. Sorry, bought the 90 puts. The one of them expires today. I got the November 1st one, so That one I'm up 75%, but you know, I only bought one, so.
Coffee money.
I know. You know what? If this put expires worthless, which it probably will today, that's enough for a dinner for two.
There you go.
Yeah, because you know all the analysts that I spoke to, you know, they're not allowed to use other trading platforms and all. They actually got really strict now. Back when I was there, you're still allowed to trade on other platforms, but now they're not even allowed to have any other trading account. All assets has to be moved to the firm. I was like, what? That is I would never work in those conditions. That is horrible. And then as soon as you're done, you get the what's it called? Non-compete. Then you're so you know I was looking at Disney. I think their capex is going to be higher this quarter. So I put that into my model. Expecting them to spend more money on the whole marketing side on actually bringing up to speed. Um, you know, I think their product is good, but you know, I'm looking at it as Netflix was when it first started. It was just a cash burning machine until subscribers built up. But you know, they have already like you know, if you actually wait, I'm gonna post a picture, guys, and this is amazing. Wait till I show you. So these are the biggest brands in the world. Netflix coming in at 65%, up 10% year over year. That's crazy. I'm sure Disney's on this list. I didn't check for Disney, but let's look.
Yeah, number 10.
Oh fuck, they're all the way up there. Damn. Yeah, so you know when you look at this, I'm actually adjusting my model because I saw this. And I'm like, shit, I didn't actually uh, put any emphasis on how good of a brand they are. So, you know, their brand recognition is good. So I'm expecting actually revenue to be, I believe I put 19 billion, but I'm actually gonna go with 20 billion on the revenue side for this quarter. EPS, I still expect EPS to be lower. I'm not gonna adjust the EPS only because of one factor, and that's just like the cost. The startup cost is gonna be. You know what sucks about this list? Lambo's not on it. How is fried chicken more important than a Lamborghini or a Mini or Dior?
Is this brand recognition or company profitability?
It's just their brand. What their brand is worth. So you know how I said I hate companies with what they have is intangibles, right? Where they have assets that you can't value and it's only valuable if people think it's valuable. HMNY was the biggest example that I gave you guys when it was trading back at like fucking like I don't know, 50 to $100 range. Now it's the same concept here. It just like someone's mic's on. You know what they're doing is they have that brand image, which is good for companies like this. Intangibles, I would never even question it. Any other company, it's useless. Like, look at HMNY. If you take a look at their balance sheet last year, if you saw their intangibles that they had there, and I'm like, these are useless intangibles if it's a worthless company. And, that's the prime example of why brand recognition just, intangibles is very important to analyze. A lot of companies put too much emphasis into it. It's also an accounting trick too, because how are you gonna really value brand recognition or the growth of it and stuff, right? Um, a lot of people don't know how to actually calculate it. I actually don't even fucking know how to calculate it. I don't know how you'd calculate it. I feel like they're just like, okay, guys, we need to put more money on the asset side. Let's just assume that it's valued at this much, and then we'll just rationalize it somehow.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Frank. How's it going?
Oh my goodness, so good for me, dude. I'm killing natural gas. I'm literally I'm like the natural gas ninja right now.
Are you long or short?
Right now, I'm loaded short heavy. We just confirmed resistance at 2.6 on nat gas future, so I'm looking to make some more money today, boy.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Dude, I had one of my filthiest, I think, reversal switches on natural gas in my entire life. Literally longed it from the bottoms, literally started loading a short, and I loaded a short in the top 8% of the extension, literally perfect load on the short. I was down my max at the top. I was like, oh, this is it's got to come down. Started turning down, average down, loaded up. Oh my goodness, so good.
Nice job. So you're on DGAS right now, or what?
Yeah, degas. I'm up. My average is like a 111 with all my averages up and stuff.
Nice.
Oh, and Frank, your mic is really loud.
Really loud?
Yes. Is it just me?
I think it's just you, TJ.
Oh, okay.
Johnny literally tells me all the time that it's too low.
He sounds fine for
It
me.
depends on Frank. It depends which one you're using. If you're using your phone or your iPad, then it's louder or not as loud. But anyway, guys, we have a minute. Let's focus on the market. Okay, what do you guys want to analyze? I'm going to keep an eye on AMD for 3450 and 3470 resistance levels.
Well, you guys know I'm going to be looking at Tesla. I want to buy it again. Don't know what price to add here. Let's see. I say 314s, but
I'm going to take a quick look at Facebook to see if I should cover this little short, and then probably look at some Twilo.
oh, QRVO is a triple play.
Pins. CHFS fit. BGNEO.
I think. I'm not too sure.
QRVO. VNM. SPXU.
Wow, the market's looking great.
PSQ.
I hope this continues to go up.
Wow, they just sold off that entire move on Facebook. Yikes. If that would have closed over 193.30, I literally would have covered my short immediately.
Loco.
AMD pulling back hard.
TVX is at 870. Ooh.
Yeah, because the market's just ripping. I mean, I think this is it. Hopefully, this is when SPY finally breaks out of its fucking 1 year. Just, I don't even know what to call it. It was just whiplashing everywhere. You can't even call it a roller coaster.
Boston Fed President Eric.
There we go.
Ching.
QRVO.
You got some news that
MOBL.
just came out, did you?
I just picked up a little bit of TVIX here.
TJ, are you up at QRVO? By the way, this is touching
Yeah.
my 5% resistance line on my pivot points here.
I think it's the only triple play. I didn't confirm that, but you know, that was a good profit for me. Went in a little bit heavier than I should have. Should have just scaled out the whole thing there, but damn it, I was greedy.
GPOR.
Do I sound better now, TJ? I put on my mic.
Yeah, that sounds so much better.
Okay, cool.
I just took a long on AMD 3412.
ANET. ONCY. Heath. SUZ. CRC.
Roku knifing here. I'm gonna try taking a long on Roku here. I took the 146.58. We have 4K on the ask here.
Woo. CBL.
You gotta hit an ask at 146.75.
X.
Hard pullback there.
Wow, people are looking to sell their Roku here.
FNKO.
Don't sell Roku.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get an RSI breakout here
Dava.
too.
Ah, fucking Roku.
I like
I was
this,
hoping
push
it'll
up,
go to
push up.
150 today, but it's okay.
This
I
is
think
our
we can get there, TJ. We have a good support level, 146.
this is RSI support here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's looking. I think it's gonna crack through.
Well, on my RSI here on my 1 minute, we're about to break out into neutral again from oversold. Also, yesterday's close 147.20. So we knifed through that. Let's try and get a retest to
CHFS.
147s. Oh, here we go. There we go. Amazing. Taking profits here. Okay, so let's watch this move up to 147.50 here. I want to see this previous close test at least 147.20.
Fit.
There we go.
AXL. CMRE. ACLS.
Oh, the potential
MDGS.
for a move on Roku is definitely there.
Loco.
Yeah, after that tank, but not liking the volume.
Oh, they're trying to crack through this
LHCG.
resistance level. It's looking good. It's curling up on the MACD. They could definitely go for a nice push up here.
Why is Amazon never cracking 1800? Please be the day. I hope today's the day we finally crack 1800. If
I think it's gonna
anyone's
crack
long on
today,
this
TJ. I think today's gonna crack, TJ.
loading calls as we speak.
Sweet. Roku's still looking kind of healthy here. It just needs a nice push up to 148 here, and I'll love it. If we can push 148 here, I'm gonna add what I took off.
I wonder if Pinterest can put in a bottom here close to 19. If this crawled holds, I might go for a little scalp.
What's the ticker symbol?
PINS. They're still
BGN.
selling it off here. Gonna give them a second. Ooh.
What's the chance of someone executing my... if I write a contract? I wish there's odds for that. Like, if I
GRFS.
could find out what the odds are.
Okay, watch Roku for a breakout here.
BGG.
I think we're gonna
CLAB.
pop over 147 here, up to 147.50 again.
Sam.
I literally missed my entry there on pins. It was
Sam.
perfect. I should have just bought it.
There we go, Roku 147.36 on the ask.
Good job on ANET. Hi, Tash. Dude,
Yeah,
you have to
great
get
job.
on my... I'm still working on QRVO, hoping we get over 94. What's my average so far? So I got 92.17 average so
MD.
far, so hoping we get this breakout.
I like it. Yeah, as long as it holds over 92.40, I think you're good to go. 92.50. It's probably gonna come. I
HMSY.
think it will definitely come down.
And.
Maybe not. It already tested. It might just go here.
If
AMD
it doesn't break
34.
over here, I'm gonna get out.
I'm taking some profits here on AMD, 34.33. Alerted at 34.10s. I got that 34.12.
Retested 93 there. There she goes. Wow.
FNKO.
Come on. There we go. There you go, TJ.
There we go.
Watch
Pulling up.
Roku here. Watch Roku here. I'm out. I just sold my Roku 146.47 on that 50 break. I reversed here.
Yep, I'm thinking about shorting that too, Johnny.
I reversed based on my trading strategy here, guys, for a push down to 146 into low of the.
MTZ.
I'll hold up to 147. I'll risk some of the profits. Today's been great so far. And I'm liking this short here. I like this beautiful gap. And they just engulfed it, but it was on tiny shares. 200 shares bought over ask 146.94. And it should tank. I don't know why someone would buy up there.
You know, honestly, if you actually take a moment and step back and take a look at how much we progressed, we used to be happy for 30 cents moves. Now we're not even happy with $1 a share. We're like, no, we
REFN.
need
Man, I remember in the beginning when you got me doing the 100 share lots, as many as I could. I was happy with like 10 cents. I was like, yeah, I got 10 cents. Let's do another 50 shares or 50 trades.
Yeah, it's not so much about how much profit you secure in every trade. It's about how many, how often you put yourself in a successful trade.
CHFS.
Those small gains, they add up.
exactly.
Yeah, and remember, everyone, for anyone just listening in and doesn't know the story, when I first started learning to trade, TJ got me to do as many trades as I could using small amounts of shares just to get comfortable trading. Because money wasn't an issue for me, but it didn't make sense to be using anything more than 100 shares. And anything less, you're not really going to
Loco.
feel it by like any money made. So if I do 100 shares with 100 trades, I'm making 5 or 10 cents. You know, I was making money, but it wasn't the purpose. The purpose was to learn how to trade and execute. Because when you learn how to trade and execute, then you could use any amount of size and be successful. Okay, watching Roku here for the ad.
Fit.
Looking like a perfect rejection on Roku. I'm gonna post a chart here in a second.
Yeah, they use way too much volume here. I'm gonna add on this right here, 146.60. Again, I'm gonna stop out over 147.
Quad.
Looks like they're gonna try and break this into neutral again from oversold.
Here we go, guys. QRVO 94. $2 a share. Man, we make this look easy.
I'm out of Roku.
Oh, and today, guys, I'm gonna be doing a lesson.
MRC.
Oh, also, we're going to be announcing the winner of the prize from the scanner, the donations that we. So we'll be alerting that after we stop analyzing and trading, probably around like 11 or 11:30 or something.
CRTO.
Let's see what's Tesla doing today.
Roku 147.30 20 EMA test there. Tesla's at 315 here, just in the middle of the range. I would just chill on this one. Dollar spread there on Tesla.
I think Roku's gonna get rejected here, Johnny.
Okay. We had a 50-cent spread there for a second. I think we'll push to 147.50 before we test low of the. So I still think it's a short, but I think we're gonna push the resistance levels first.
I hope QRVO just continues to just fucking rocket here.
Are you in the long, TJ?
Yes.
Nice.
92s, so I'm just holding on for dear life.
Your life is a good thing to hold on to.
We're over our. So on my charts here, I have some pivot points, and we're over my highest resistance on my pivot point. So the number would be $94. Sorry, $93.33.
All right, here's the push up to
DLAB.
resistance on Roku. Let's see if we find more sellers.
Oh, there's that push. Yeah, I want to see that.
This is where you want to see
those
sellers right
EMAs.
here.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna squeeze. I want to see the 148 test, like even though 148.30s. I'm glad I stopped out of that.
As soon as I get up to, the 91s was a really good level for QRVO. I technically want at least $3 a share on this, but if we don't crack that 95, then make sure you guys are selling some of the shares if you guys are trading them out at those levels.
CASA.
So for my short, we got to break below 147 here on Roku in the next 4 minutes for me.
Are you on the short or no?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your entry?
146.58.
Thank you.
Facebook just got rejected.
Yeah, it did reject. We just held the 200 EMA here on 2 1-minute candles. They're gonna they need to launch this over 193.40 here. I want to see it happen in this minute on Facebook.
Oh, this consolidation above the VMA on Roku is not good. It's likely to break out here.
We have a gap in the candle here. This needs to resist the 147.60, or else it's gonna be a nice bullish engulfing. RSI is still under 50. Looks like it can still make a little move here. It's chilling right on yesterday's close as well, 147.20 here. Tesla 313.80s.
Wow, Twitter made a nice move over 30.
And SPY at 305 trying to break out here.
There's that
Okay.
pullback on QRVO that I was mentioning, and I
CHFS.
think we need to hold above the 93s for this to remain bullish.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
hoping we get a
93
test there.
I think 93.30 is okay to hold up. 1 second. 93, like 94 to like 93.85. I think we're still good. Even up to
But
90.
the tape came in pretty nice over here on the buy side. Someone bought in on that, so it might actually continue here. Let's see. Hopefully it holds above here, like the 94s. 94.20s. If it holds 94.20s, then I'm a bit more bullish. If not, I think 93 is where it should end up.
Okay.
There's the push up on Roku. Got to break over 74 here.
Wow, a hard push on Roku. I'm really happy I stopped that on this one.
WMGI.
147. I'm gonna look to re-enter the short, but the volume's hooked up here, so I'm just gonna wait and sit in my hands.
Yeah, I'm gonna add probably.
AMD. AMD is near the bottom of its range here. I'm still gonna wait for an add at around 34 or 34.10. I only have 200 shares left open on AMD. I'm really happy I took some of those profits up on get that alert 34.30. Pardon, 34.30s, and it came down 20 cents from there. Roku 148.16 in here.
Added another little bit there.
CTT. Grishu. GRSHW.
Okay, TJ, watch QRVO here. I think, TJ, we're gonna get a knife. I want to try and long QRVO. If it does knife, I'm gonna long it around 93.80. Wow, look at that.
MOBL.
Held 94. They propped it up 15 cents there on the bid.
All right, there's a nice rejection on Roku. Back testing support here. We should get the move I'm looking for here on Roku.
Okay, get ready on QRVO here, TJ. There is the knife. Okay, so I'm gonna try when the ask comes down a bit, I'm gonna go long here.
CRC. MD.
Goodbye, Roku.
Or the crack of 94, I'll go long here, TJ, on QRVO.
Johnny, guess what my ad was on Roku up there?
Sorry, 1 second, Frank. We're about to get a beautiful move here on QRVO, and I think we're going to get a nice retrace here to acting resistance or hive. This looks healthy for the pullback up, the retrace up. Just want to see this one pop here, and we'll get it, or a small ask breakdown here. Okay, I took this 93.94. I like the volatility that just came in.
Yeah, it's got to hold 93.50.
There it is. Come on, now we need this 93.60 level to hold. So I'm gonna do one ad at 93.60 if I have to, and I'm gonna cut it at 93.50, just because again, based on my trading strategy. I could hold all the way down to 90, but it's not necessary. I'd rather cut it and relook for it. But yeah, look at the beautiful knife and ad there, TJ.
BGNE.
Or did anyone follow along there on QRVO?
Yeah, I took it too. As far as I see it, it's just a bull flag on the trend line. Looks good. So
Loco.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
hoping we crack that 94. Sorry, 95, I mean.
Cypher, you like that expected knife into the hold there?
yeah, I think I used a longer time frame though. So when you say knife, it looks like a little tiny blip to me.
Yeah, no, I was on the 1 minute there. Look at that, 50 cents, guys. I'm gonna take some profits here. Over 46 here. It's gonna rip over 50 if we break. There we go. Absolutely amazing. Good job on the long there, Cypher. TJ, strong hands. I don't know if you added or anything, but well done. Good team.
I did add, and now I'm just setting my stop loss and profit. If it can break the 95 level, like 94.80, I think it's good.
Yeah, so there, guys, it actually closed at my upline, the 5% line. So if you look, it closed at 93.86, broke under my pardon me, my top pivot point line. So the highest resistance line up there, literally closed a penny below it and opened above it. So recently I've been using pivot points, and they've been helping me. But I'm not using them for any confirmations or anything. It's just another support.
Oh, guys, look at Spy. Look at Spy there. Oh my God, you beautiful, sexy.
There it goes.
Yeah.
I just want Amazon at 1800 today. That's all I'm asking for.
I remember, everyone, what we had mentioned, when TVIX cracks $10, just short it. Like, if it's under 10, I'd rather buy it at 5. I don't want to buy it at 10 or 9 or 8. Roku 147, beautiful dip to 146.50, acting support. Frank, what was your ad? 148?
Yep, 148.16.
Man, I wish I took. If I didn't go QRVO, I would have taken that. I had mentioned I wanted to short it. I just remember I said I think this is a short, but I think we're gonna break test acting resistances first.
Yeah, they got good RSI adjustment here though. Let's see what happens.
Okay, guys, AMD breaking pre-market resistance. Oh man, this is really good.
If we get a double top here, QRVO, let's make sure to get out.
BDNA.
If not,
stay strong.
Oh, there it is.
High day.
You guys,
There we go, guys. Easy money.
I'm not taking profits, guys. I'm gonna say just wait. Over 95, I don't really see much. Like, I don't see a reason to take it. Is there anything over 95, TJ? Do we have price discovery happening? I don't see anything. How far back do we have to look?
I wouldn't take.
No, this is the only triple play, guys. This is the only triple play today.
Oh, I didn't know it was a triple play. I misheard. You did mention it. Now I remember. My mistake. I missed that.
Strong hands, my brothers.
Oh, what the best entry we could have gotten to, guys. We literally called the knife. Okay, we could have gone 93.70, but who cares? Like, when you're making $1.50 a share, who cares about 10 cents, right?
That was 500 shares and then call it a day on that one. Amazon, I just want this to keep moving up. Oh, come on, Spy. Don't do that.
I don't know. I don't see much more room here for Spy. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And those two candlesticks were dirty.
What did you say, Frank?
I think SPY might be looking to end up shop here pretty soon.
I think it needs a adjustment because look at the RSI on on this shit. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's definitely gonna. If we got a 305 shake here and we go down to like 304.80 and we find buys, then it's good to go. But if we shake 305 and the selling volume comes in, I think we're gonna go for like a 304.20 test into the.
I just added to my AMD long 3440. I want to see now we make the move to 3470, everyone. We got to break 50 and then we're good up to 70. Watch the launch on QRVO here. Volume picks up.
Yeah, that bullish engulfment on that candlestick looks good. If we close this
GNXP.
candlestick like this, I hope we go higher here.
It actually looks beautiful here to me.
I can't
I-
believe one trade,
I-
$3 a share is my target every day, and in one trade hit it. I'm good.
It looks beautiful here.
Light.
Watch this HOD
Rude.
break. I'll only take some more off under 94.80. Oh, broke HOD. Amazing.
Oh, so a triple play is when you beat beat EPS revenue and raise guidance. I don't know if this is for sure a triple play. It's just like from what I recall from looking at it this morning. I
OIIN.
really liked it because it's like thinly traded, which isn't a bad thing when it comes to ER results. Secondly, it's just like gone. Like it gapped up so hard that a continuation was, likely. Plus, it's a hot sector. Finally, it's probably going to be like, oh, this is actually. When everyone's running models, they're just looking at it
MAXR.
relative to the competitors, and they're all
FND.
just thinking the same thing. EV to beta at 10. The industry itself is trading at 16 times. There's a lot of room for this to go. EV to sales is actually no. Yeah, actually,
NOMT.
pretty much that's it. That's the biggest thing I'd be looking at.
We're about to get to $2 a share on the alert, guys. Oh well, on my alert. TJ alerted this on the watch list and earlier on the voice call when we were when Frank and I were looking at TJ stuck with
Roku
QRVO.
knife, Johnny. Look at this Roku knife.
Wow.
Oh, thank you for the alert. Okay, so on this knife, guys, I wouldn't be trying to take it yet. I'd be sitting on my hands right now. And I'm going to be looking for a long around 145.30. And then I'll do an add up to 144.80. I'll risk 50 cents if I try and take this one. Man, I knew it was a short. Again, same thing as yesterday. Remember, we wanted to short at 150s?
Posted the charts in the trading floor if anybody wants to see it. So basically, you see your sellers above your acting point of control. So you look to go reach. You look to go test your acting resistance. So I essentially just build a short all the way back up to that red candle. You can see the RSI rejection. I'm not worried at all. Just trading. And then you see how on the next picture you get the VMA control point of control rejection, and then we just dive down.
I think I like the entry around here, and I missed it.
On Roku?
Yeah, just on that
CHFS.
little dip.
Wow, SPY! Look at what SPY did, guys. I said if we go down, if we break 305 and we tap 304.80 and volume comes in to support it, look exactly what happened.
QRVO.
Jesus Christ!
Holy shit! They're like, nope.
They
I did
literally winked.
320.
What kind of volume was that 304.80? Was it just a wick on? This is the biggest candlestick. Did we just get news on?
Just wick down. It just wicked down to support. ISM just came in slightly lower.
Oh, thank you. Here, I'm gonna post this stuff.
VXX.
Oh my god, the market's ripping.
Yeah, I know. Like that if that did not signal a market ripping, nothing else should.
SH.
Let's read these. Trump would love to do a deal with the new UK, but concerned with EU regulations. Progress being made on IP theft issue. Progress is made on forced transfer of
DVA.
technology, but probably will be in phase in. Kudlow says Attorney General part of China trade deal is virtually done, or AG. That's probably agricultural part. Says financial services currency parts are virtually wrapped up. That's about it. Oh, it looks like ISIS has a new leader. What the hell?
Yeah, they obviously when you cut off one head, another one forms.
That's why the ancient serpent has 7 heads, not 1.
Medusa has many. I don't even know how many heads she has. That's a nice hedge fund name.
SPXD.
Medusa Capital.
I like it.
SPYV.
Facebook, nice rip up on Facebook here.
FLIR.
Facebook could easily break 194 here, easily.
Guys, AMD, like I said, 3470 targets at 3455s.
Listen, I've been holding on to that bitch since 28.
Yeah, I know, TJ, but I'm just
Finally.
Loco.
No, I mean finally it's doing it. Like I've been waiting for that 35 breakout for 2 years.
Oh, to make the next move, right? So yeah, overall,
Yes,
guys,
the
I'm
next
thinking,
big move. Like this should be it. Finally.
yeah, if we can get over the high of life and we come into the next 2 earnings, guys, if we get really, really good earnings for the next 2 cycles, I could see AMD up in the 50s. Just continuous grinding for the next 6 months up, I can see it happening.
I don't know. I never looked at the fundamentals on AMD. I refuse to look at it.
Another reason is because I think getting up to those levels, our spreads are going to increase as well. We're not going to stay in the 1 penny range, I don't think. Even though our float is in the billion,
Momo.
over $1 billion, I think it's going to increase the spread size. I've never seen AMD trading at those levels before, so I don't know what's going to happen, but it's just what I think could happen. Wow, Roku, crazy. Glad I didn't take that 146.30s. Are you still holding short? Did you take any profits from?
Nope, just chilling.
Okay, well, 146 is a nice support level, and 145.50. So I think I had mentioned 145.50 earlier in the day, right?
I'm looking at SPY puts maybe for a Christmas present.
My target on SPY is 315, based on the models that I've run. So be careful if you do, or just hedge properly and you're fine. Guys, AMD 3460s alerted my first entry at 3410s area. Absolutely incredible. Just pushing new high, just more highs.
Which one?
AMD. AMD, I had alerted 3412 entry long, and we're at 3460 now. QRVO came down to 95s. We have some nice selling pressure here.
RSI's got to hold over here for it to remain bullish, so it's got to hold this support level. I'm hoping that it does. I mean, we got consistent volume throughout the open, so, you know, it looks pretty decent.
TJ,
Don't like that selling volume that came in, but, you know, hopefully that'll improve.
first 20 EMA test on QRVO since pre-market. This is our first 20 EMA test here.
SPY is having trouble breaking out of resistance here. Might be time.
Well,
to come
it's
down.
Spy will have weird fluctuations here. It's never been at these levels before. So with Spy, you can go in. This isn't hard to trade, guys. Like, we just look at what we've built. So our acting support levels are not going to mean as much up in these levels because we've never been here before in acting resistance, in my point of view. So we just have to focus on the candlesticks. It's kind of like an IPO. The technicals really don't mean anything on the IPO. So think of this at high of life with price discovery that's required. So we just use the current candles and our current, well, whatever we have, RSI, MACD, volume bars, and candlesticks. That's how I would be trading SPY at these levels, guys. For anyone else listening.
Yeah, SPY should top out here.
TSEM.
For now, at least for now.
Yeah.
If they hold it above 305 like 60, I'll be so impressed.
Saw some big buys here on the ask. 1,200 and 1,800 shares.
Guys, remember when I mentioned ZS?
ZS was like in the 30s or so.
No, it was in the 41s, I think. That's my 42 is my average, so it has to be in the 40.
Really? I thought you learned it in the beginning of the year.
No. No, I just had this crack down. That was a beautiful entry. So I'm still holding on. I want this to go to 48. 46.50s, I'll take my first scale out. I'm going to scale out about like 20%. And then 20% every dollar increment until I have 20% left. And then just holding it with a tight stop loss.
Yeah, you did alert it in the beginning of the year, back in March.
Oh, okay.
You said long over 58, short under, and it ripped to $90.
ABOS.
Nice.
Man, I just can't believe Rita. R-E-T-A? That's fucking ridiculous. That thing just gapped up and it just kept gapping.
Okay, Roku here, low of day. Frank, I'm going to be going long on Roku here soon. Just a heads up.
Ego.
Alrighty.
I
Low
like
of day
it.
break. Low of day. Watch 145 breakdown. I'm looking for that 144.80 as I mentioned. So it was yesterday's acting support as well.
Logo.
So 145.80 was also an acting support too, and it failed.
Cypher, that's funny.
That's a pretty serious typo.
Yeah, I know.
So 20 MA, that was the first test. They had 4 minutes of consolidation there, and they just broke under the 20 MA here. Let's see if they close up. They
That
closed under.
dude's MD is gonna rip him a new one.
That's a nice price cut. Num num num.
He was using inverted chart.
Wow, big rejection on Tesla here above the VMA. Come
Okay,
down,
we
smack
need to
it.
break. Sorry, Frank. We got to break 95 here on QRVO, or else I'm gonna take some off. I'm not liking it as much here.
I'll keep it real with you on our QRVO. We failed the RSI. It's still okay here, to be honest.
GRSH.
The only thing is this
I'm cutting it. I'm out of this. I don't like it anymore. I know the entry is down at 93.80s, but I don't know. For me, I don't like this. I think it will get mean reversion down to supports. So anyone in QRVO, I'm out.
As long as
Now it's gonna rip. You know how it works.
It's okay. I hope it rips for you guys. I'd love it if it rips for you guys.
turns up here, it should rip.
Just like, every time I sell it always goes higher.
If you have money-
100,000 shares on the Ask AMD, guys. 100,000 shares on the Ask. Haven't seen that today yet.
If you have money in your pocket, 95 just got rejected on QRVO. If you have
AXL.
money in your pocket, you know what else goes higher? Your worth.
Your what?
Your worth.
My trading account.
Exactly.
CEI.
Oh, I don't know. There's definitely it's definitely in decision zone here for QRVO. We have resistance at 95
Picks.
confirmed. That's a huge sell order there. I mean,
And I don't
it's
like how the RSI is inching lower, even with a newer high. You know, there's that hidden divergence there. Now, if we pull
CDNA.
over here and look at the volume, we got some good
Hit an
volume.
ask.
We hold
Hit
that
an ask.
94.50s, I'm okay. If we don't hold 94.50s, I'm not going to be bullish on this. And, well, I think we can probably get to the 94. Okay, Roku, I want to take an entry here.
144.80.
Fuck, no, my average is so good, I'm not going to do it.
I'll take it for you, TJ. I took
Shit,
144.
I should have opened CallMax.
I took 144.89 there, Roku, on for you.
Fit.
I think for if you're still on QRVO, I think it's got to hold 94.62 here on a decline.
Casa.
And guys, I mean, you guys are on voice chat, so it's good. But like, if anyone isn't listening in, they just have to. It makes no sense for us to type.
Guys, AMD 3465 high of day into a gap. Oh, guys, 3470 is like right there. I'm glad I added there too at 134, or sorry, at 3440. Okay, so our Roku here, 144.70. Came down to 144.60. I won't hold this under 144.50. I'll just cut it.
Yeah, I have a feeling I might be swinging this Roku short.
I think they're gonna hold oversold here. I just added here.
Woo.
I'm out. Fuck it. That was too fast. And watch, I think they're gonna
FLWS.
rip it right here. I think just some stops triggered under 144.50, and now they rip it. That's why I took the ad. It looked kind of healthy there for a quick second, and then just stops triggered instantly down 30 cents.
Oh no, my nat gas just broke out. No.
Oh wow, you guys 1560s. Increase in volume as well. SPY consolidating. Watch SPY here for HOD breakout up to 306s.
Come on, QRVO. Hopefully they found the support they needed. Volume was nice on the previous candlestick. I can see this curling up. RSI is moving up too nicely. Hopefully we get a little bit of an explosion here. Take it over the 95.30s, and if we can maintain 95.30s, I should see another leg up. If
WMGI.
not, I'm just gonna take some profit.
I mean, the indicate it just looks strong.
FND.
It looks strong, but look at SPY here. SPY is just indecision right now, so I don't wanna fuck with it when everyone's like, what are we doing now?
SPY still, Bulls still have control of SPY as of now, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
It looked Fitbit took a good support bounce off of that $7.12 range. I thought $7.13 was a good support, but it tested $7.12.5. So
Look at QRVO and Fitbit on the minute side by side to each other with the indicators. They're the exact same trade.
Yeah, I know. I was watching that. I'm like, what? Except one's going down, the other one's going up. See, isn't this the one they're trying to do a buyout or something?
yeah, with Google. I mean, I think with Google.
That's a stupid buy for Google. They're just eliminating competition. That's the only play for Google, but for Fitbit
Actually,
it makes
Roku-
sense because man, that thing's been down. Let's see if it's worth it. Let's see
FLL.
what the valuation is on Fit.
You hope that QRVO does not have the same result as Fit. That's all I can tell you, because it looks like it's about to break down.
I hope not.
Fitbit might be loading up right here. It's got really strong support at $7.13.
It has stronger support at $7, in my opinion, BMF. I gave that resistance a few days ago, so I see the 713 you're talking about, but there's like hundreds of thousands of shares on the spread. So I'm thinking $7 is a little better than the 713. It's right at near low of day, so I think we can give another 10 cents or so. But thank you for the alert there on Fitbit.
Honestly,
Acorn.
like EV2 revenue
BGNE.
is 0.9. That's okay. Beta's down, like beta is horrible on this, so I think personally, I don't know if they're gonna go through with the. Yeah, I don't. Revenue growth is non-existent. Actually, they may actually go through with the buyout.
What did you say about QRVO at this level?
Oh, for me personally, I needed to hold above here, like the 94.50s. It's gotta hold this range. If it doesn't, then it may come down. And then the next thing was to 95.30. I want to see it over 95.30 for it to remain bullish.
I'm up over $3 a share on Roku here.
Fuck yeah, good job on it.
Oh, that's not bad on. Oh, I'm watching Tweet. Sorry.
Russ.
Added on to QRVO on that drop. Hopefully it goes up.
Oh, it's got hold right here, TJ, in my opinion. Or you're playing with fire, my friend.
QRVO still strong up to 93.70, guys. First entry, pivot point 94, VWAP 50 MA, strong volume support. I think 93.70s to 94 is still fine.
Oh, there's the turn down on SPY. Knew that was coming. All my trades are looking good. I just need Facebook to come down.
And guys, see, remember that topic we had, how Canadians and US, we pretty much pay the same for our income tax when you include healthcare. It's kind of true. If you take a look at it, US average taxpayers paying 47%. Canada is about 55%, but our healthcare is free. So when you kind of average it out, it makes.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same.
But your US dollar is higher, so it's that advantage. Cost of living's lower.
Are you getting 47% from including like summing property tax and sales tax and income tax, everything, or just income?
Looks like only income
everything.
tax. I think
No,
it's
that should be
everything.
everything.
Personally, I would assume it's everything because, like, I know I get taxed 62% on every dollar I make, so, like in total. So I'm assuming it's the same.
I would think it would have to be everything because we don't have anywhere near a highest tax bracket of 47% here for income.
I think the most is like 30 or 33. I can't. I'll let you know when I get there. You know what I mean?
It's SPY's breaking down pretty hard here. I expect the other stocks that we're trading to go down too, so be careful on your positions here.
Oh, kill everything.
Why can't Amazon just go up for once?
I bought a SPY put for the end of December just in case. I'm gonna add one put for every $1 SPY goes up just to hedge my market positions.
Avid.
You know what grinded up since I alerted it like 13 bucks? Snapchat. I wish I bought more.
It's so easy for Amazon.
ZXZZT.
I love selling contracts. I miss it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get more into options.
I want to try Leaps, but I haven't figured out a stock that I actually want to play it on. I mean, AMD's a good example. Actually, AMD's cheap. Something expensive that I don't want to risk too much money has a lot of volatility. Tesla, there we go. Oh, speaking of Tesla, we finally got to 313s here. 312 was my other position, so I think I'm gonna add on to this one.
Oh,
This is a bad ad.
I got a little knife here on PDD.
A small ad on Tesla for now, and then I'll just wait to see what happens after. You say PDD?
Yeah, PDD just went from like 42.20 to 42 on a blip. Bouncing nicely.
Holy shit, how the hell did that thing climb that high?
I might buy Twitter. I might go long on Twitter here for a move up to 30.
For 12 cents, Frank.
Revenge trading it though. I missed the 29.60.
There we go, Tesla. That was beautiful. Yes, Josh. I previously had a position at I believe 1312s, and then I just added on to it because I wanted a nice add-on to it. I do think we'll get back to the 1340 range. It's just a matter of time. Consolidation, because a lot of people missed that initial rip, so buyers are going to want to buy into it. Plus, it went up too much, so let's see.
CHFS.
Hey, Skyper, how's it going?
So AMD hit my target, guys, that 3470 level. And it's also the first 20 EMA test here since before 10 a.m.
Oh, I just missed my ad on Rook when I'm so mad. Oh, man. Well, I guess not really. I wanted to add above 145. Got to 144.87. So.
Yeah, 144.80 is perfect ad there. Also, it looks like, did it become 20 MA? 20 MA, oh, just under 144.74. Beautiful. Ooh, man, that just gave me goosebumps seeing that 20 MA adjust to my acting support, acting resistance here. We'll get a nice engulfing here. I think we are still good here on the short, as long as we can stay under that 140. I guess we could just up to 145. 145 is fine. Key resistance 145.50. I think we're still going to keep going lower here, Frank. Like, I think 142.50 will test today. It's only 90 cents below the low of the day. And then under 142.50, I'm thinking under 140. I really think this can get under 140. We just need some more volume. Like, it's, I don't know, it's just kind of dry right now. Okay, they're making that 20 EMA push here. So let's see the trend resistance here. Looks like the trend resistance is literally right here. It has to hold over this level. 145 has become my acting trend resistance. Let's see if they close it over here in the next 5 seconds or 7 seconds. Hurts. They rejected it right under in this minute. So let's see a 10:30 candle in the next minute, everyone. For 10:30 candle, I'd want to see this rip up to 145.60s and over for a small pullback into consolidation for VWAP retracement. Look at that push. Still trying to hold this acting trend resistance. And we have our acting support. Our acting trend support is literally right at just 2 pennies above the open of this minute candle. So 144.64. So 4 pennies above the open. And our range, there hasn't even been much trading in the range. It tried to, failed, stayed under, pushed over, failed, stayed under, pushed down to our pivot point, and now we need to push 145.50. Like, and they failed it right before the close. So I think we come down here. And I'm going to try shorting it here.
Yeah, I just added as well.
Casa.
I got 145.10. 145 has some bid stacking here. It looks like we have volatility picking up here as well. So we got that little pullback here on small with 300 shares, 144.58 sold. 144.88, 300, 145.11 under the bid, 2,000 shares. We have more shares selling under the bid, 375, a few hundreds.
SPYB.
QRVO coming back up to the high of day area, so let's look for that breakout here. If it continues, it's looking better. SPY's also pulling up here. Finally found support, so hopefully we get a nice crack here. RSI adjustment is pretty steep on QRVO, so a nice little push above HOD would be nice, or else, just take some profits, guys.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I'm still really liking QRVO over that 93, 70s, and 80s range, so really happy to see that retrace there.
Yeah, and my ad was perfect on that.
And my exit was perfect too, considering like came down like $1 or whatever. You know what I mean though, like just for that scalp, it seemed pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
I should have held it though, since I had a nice entry. But
You need to hold
okay.
it. You need
I
to
know,
hold it.
I know. It's just I have other entries too that I'm just trying to keep an eye on, and Caribou is moving a little faster than I'd like it to be with my other entries. Roku pulling back here on that short alert with me and Frank. Frank, did you say you added there with? All right. Oh, your volume just cut out like crazy. There's the hard pullback here, guys. Roku, multiple market makers here. All take profits over 144.70. But I think it's just going to start knifing here. Okay, I took profits here, 75. Thousand shares sold below the bid.
Doesn't even look like we started to come down yet on my chart.
You're on Wi-Fi, right?
No, I mean like this is. I think there's still a lot more room to the downside here.
Oh yeah, under 140 is my main target, but first target is going to be 142.55. Obviously low day, and then 144 would be our downline 2% on our pivot points. And we have some nice support levels at 144 and 144.60. So I mentioned, I don't like this over. I like it bullish over 144.60. Did that consolidation and ripped up to below 145.50. I had wanted to see it rip up to at least 145.50. So that fail of the push made me feel more bearish on it. And I'm glad I took the short because now we're up a dollar a share almost, guys, on that Roku short.
I am heavy in Tesla now, so this better go up.
Oh, Tesla, guys, TJ, did you?
No, you were talking, but plus
feel
I
free
was loading.
to talk over me anytime, man. Only you though.
I'll send you a screenshot of how much I loaded. You're gonna flip.
Show me.
Alright, this should be the knife here on Roku, below 144.20. Should break low of day. If we don't break low of day here in the next 6 minutes, I'll just cover some. I'm up for a bunch.
KNSL.
A lot of selling pressure came in there. They held support. Also, TVIX breaking over 80.60 here with a little bit of volume. We could see some bearish market. I think we're getting a nice slide on the market towards the end of day. That's what I'm banking on.
Fitbit $7.15 has been an indecisive moment, and it's held above $7.13 for a good time now.
This is the most pinned that I think I've ever seen Fitbit in my entire life. I've been trading this thing for years.
I have a problem with Fitbit. It just doesn't move enough for me to get in and out. Like I can take size, but the problem is it's like,
Oh, it's gonna fail.
I need more money from a trade just to think about it this way. Okay, if I always target the 60 cents a share, if I fail, I lose 30 cents. If I make money, it's 60 cents, right?
Empty.
Now, if I trade something like this, then, I'm not going to be able to compensate for the bad days, and that's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's way too.
Tesla.
Facebook melting. Let's go.
TJ, Tesla up here over your average. Beautiful. So Tesla, we can actually see a retrace here, but look at that increase in volume too.
Oh, I would love to see SPY melt here, right below the VMA 305.46. Melt, boy, melt.
TJ, I think you'll get a retrace up to 312.50s here on Tesla.
Oh yeah, look at TVIX perking up. Here it comes, boys. The dragon is awoken.
Fitbit goes testing at $7.12 up, just bounced back up.
Uh,
The RSI adjustment on Fitbit is crazy.
CHFS.
All right, they have to rip Fitbit here. What are they gonna do? When this volume comes in, it's either gonna melt or rip
Which one are we talking about?
Fitbit. But when you have those consolidating moving averages at such high prices, I'm always short bias.
did you guys see the 24K order there? 718.
Honestly, aren't they doing a buyout or something?
Oh, it's a
Is
rumor.
that 723 is the buyout? Is that what it is? That's the
2.1
price?
billion.
OIIN.
Here, I'll read it. Google parent company Alphabet will buy smartwatch firm Fitbit, according to an announcement Friday, putting the tech giant into greater competition against Apple. It's around 2.1 billion at a fully diluted equity value.
Okay, let's take a look at what the equity value is right now.
Saying the Google hardware chief Rick Osterloh wrote a blog post explaining how the acquisition can help Google advance its ambitions for Wear OS. So Wear as in WEAR, like wearing operating system. So I guess they're looking into a new, because I know they have smartwatches too.
Wait, how much was it again?
2.1 billion is what I'm reading.
That's a good deal. Not bad. I mean, their revenue itself is 1.5 billion. So if Google does buy it, they're not buying it at a. I mean, it's good for. I don't think it's good for Fitbit. They're just at the bottom of their trend. Like they're not even trading at a premium. If they were trading at a premium, selling it makes sense, but they're not. But hopefully, this interest will make their stock move up higher.
Look at the volume. It's at 118 million volume today, and it's red.
The daily chart looks great for a move up, honestly. What the heck?
Yeah, again, guys, I gave the resistance level from Friday. I said I wanted to see around 7, so that was my target. So it was part of this rumor. So at first, it wasn't a buyout news. It was literally rumors that there was going to be a buyout, and then later on, they confirmed. So I guess they were getting too much influx from people asking about it. So they decided to release the news. They released it. So on Friday, I said resistance is at $7. Easy resistance level that we could see on the daily chart. You just scroll back and you can see it. So they ripped 7, and now we got to hold 7. But overall, it's being bought out by Google. Like, this is bullish. But I don't like to buy it under 7 unless it's closer to like 6. I wouldn't want to buy this under 7, but I would buy it at 6. I just saw a buy at 724 here. Someone bought over the ask. Tesla broke a low there, 309.80. That was a big candlestick. Their biggest candlestick for the day, biggest selling. Yeah, that was the biggest candlestick for the whole day on Tesla. And they held that 310. Looks like just some stops triggered there. We got some buys over ask as well. I saw a big order just go through, 3,800 shares, 310.40 each. And anyone else watching Tesla here? QRVO 9490s.
Roku making another push up for 145 here.
Come on, Spy, do something. I hate when stocks are range bound, but why can't I just keep like I love Obama era. All you had to do was just sell the fucking monthly puts. It just eventually gets within that month.
Simpler times. I added again to my short there on Roku.
I'm gonna add to it
HLIT.
right here under 144.70. Otherwise, I'm reversing Frank. We need to break 144.70 here, and I'll add to. I like it, but if it doesn't break, it's bullish in my opinion.
Yeah,
It's in the
use
middle of the
this.
range too, so I don't necessarily like adding here, but I think we'll start knifing here. Yep, I missed the ad. Shit! Oh no! Oh wow!
Guess what I got?
Oh, beautiful! You got your ad.
Oh, what? Wait a second. Hold.
Want to see this bullish push right here at 7:15.
Oh my god, I didn't get it. What the heck?
Oh, you suck. I'm just kidding.
Dude,
I'm
I
gonna
had
take a
an
little
order
break.
in. I had an order in for 145.05. How did it not fill me? Oh, I'm
Just
mad.
mark it in, Frank. 145.05.
Oh, you know what's even worse?
You didn't get it because the bid didn't prop up, bro. You're not gonna necessarily get filled on limit orders unless the bid comes up.
That made me want to cry.
Yeah,
That's
it made
alright.
me want to cry
It's
too.
a
I
little
just
bit.
lost 50 cents on that alert there that I wanted to take too, but it just dropped 15 cents right on the break. So, and it didn't drop 15 cents instantly. I'm pretty sure there were some fills at 144.60. Yeah, 144.65. Damn. Oh well, good teamwork there, Frank. Tesla 311.80s, TJ.
Wow.
312s, TJ.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Well, where's your target on that? I know you're loaded up.
Yeah, I know. I'm selling most of it as soon as I like every
GSHD.
dollar increment or whatever. I already took some off. Well, just over 312s, and I'm just gonna wait until it continues to move up and
For
slowly
sure.
take it off, and then hold hopefully like 10 to 5% of the position overnight.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. That's damn man, I just got goosebumps with that move. When I saw that 310 fail, I was like, man, if they don't open this higher, I'm scared because it touched my bottom Bollinger Band, you know. So for me, it's one of my big bearish indicators when it's touching my bottom Bollinger Band. We know that stocks drop faster than they rise. Here, it's touched my top Bollinger
APRN.
Band, TJ. So let's look for a 313 push. Slow grind up though. I like the buying pressure here. It's a little slow. Just a little light, but it still looks okay for the bullish move. QRVO held that 94.80s, 90s level. We're back at 95.40s. We have 2,500 on the ask. Hey guys, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna be back in like. Actually, I'll just go on my phone. Kirby.
MDGS.
Push past $7.16 Fitbit would be very good right.
And long awaited.
See, I don't see it.
Dude, I don't see it either.
I'm only telling you this because of my past experience, and I don't want you to get stuck into a stock. When any buyout offer usually comes, the stock usually just range bound. It just trades within that little range. And in the event that it did actually happen, by the time a buyout closes, it's years away. Usually a year at least. Okay, 6 months to a year, but I haven't seen one that was like less than 6 months in forever. And if you want, we have a channel for that where you can actually take a look at the other arbitrage trades. It's called ARBs. ARBs right there. You can take a look at the track record on every other ARB trade. It's the same thing. It just takes so long for them to do it. So here's a good one. AVGO. They're saying buying at $30 a share in cash, going private with SYMC.
AMD HOD test.
Right, SYMC is a good example.
And right before I go on my break, AMD HOD break, guys. I'll be back.
SYMC went up because there was a buyout rumor saying that it was gonna go. That AVGO potentially wants to buy it at $30 a share. It's trading at $23 right now. At that time, it was trading at 27, I believe. September 26, XE posted. Let's look at LTM. LTM is also another one. Delta takes a 20% stake, so it's not the same deal. It's only a 20% stake. They did a pricing at $16 a share. It's trading at $11.50, and that was on September 27th.
I can't find this arbitrage.
I posted it in the trading chat. It's a channel we have in our chat room. You can see it there. Arb trades, this is what they call it. That's the category of style that it'll fall under. Normally what you do is you buy the buyout company and you short the company that's buying it out. But Google Google doesn't make sense to short Google because it just has a diverse product line, so it doesn't make sense to short it. I'm not trying to like shit on your trade or anything like that. That's not my goal in this at all.
Man, you've been at this a lot longer than anything. Is just good lessons.
All right, there's a rejection on Roku I was looking for.
What's the price at, Frank?
Uh, 144.55.
Okay, 144.60s was one of our levels, so let's see what happens.
Oh boy,
HIMX.
that Tesla money.
Did it break 313, TJ? There you go, 313. Absolutely amazing, TJ. TJ, like you know.
This is a good day.
TJ can buy
This is
Tesla
a
with,
really. I don't
stock
even want to
price.
look at my P&L.
TJ, just order a Tesla for me. I'm just kidding. Oh man, you know what? I always found it funny when you say, you know what, I want to buy a Ferrari. I'm just gonna trade Ferrari and make some money and then I'll buy one. Buying things from trading the ticker is absolutely amazing.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. And by the way, guys, I told everyone to buy Ferrari at $111 or $114.
I remember that. What's it at? Like 150 now?
160s.
Whew.
I wish I held mine. I got stopped out. Like 130s. The one day it fucking tanked and then it just ripped the next day again and I was like, fuck, I'll wait for a double bottom or something. It never came, so yeah, that sucked. Fucking
GMED.
nice, Frank. Nice short on Tesla and beautiful cover on that. Johnny told me to. I wasn't there that day when you were trading it, but John brought me up to.
Yeah, it was all right. It worked out.
Yeah, that's why I said hold it. I was like, don't even worry, just hold it.
TJ,
Oh
was
yeah,
that
dude.
guy called you like 30 times on your phone in the morning when it was at like 3:40 and you were sleeping that day? Are you talking about that day when it hit 3:40?
Sorry?
Are you talking about the day that it hit 3:40? When you
Yeah.
slept? Yeah, that was good that you got up, man.
All right, let's see if Roku actually is going to look to reverse this trend here. It's pushing up past the VMA. If it finds support above 145, I'm just going to come.
So you got to watch 145.50 here.
Yeah, as long as we stay below that, we're fine on the short.
Yeah, 145.50 is one of the targets made this morning by myself. 146 is also one of our key levels. So I think you guys can hold it up to 146. If you're not over position sized, then I think you could hold it up to resistance at 146. Again, I'm not in front of my computer right now. I haven't seen what's changed, but just those are the key levels. We got 144.80, 144.60, 145, 145.50, and 146 from what I can remember from the top of my head.
Oh, we got a nice fail here. Come on, we got to break 145 on this melt. We got 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Oh, and by the way, guys, I ran a DCF model on Tesla. I kept modifying it, just trying to figure out where's my sweet spot. But you know, capex is my only concern. But that capex number, if it keeps rising at the rate that it usually does, I actually like Tesla should have another good quarter, but then it should get worse. Worse is what my model is telling me. If they even have another good quarter, I mean, you know, a lot of companies, what they do is they'll write everything off in one quarter just to make the rest look better. It's better to take a hit once and then have three like really good quarters than it is to have four mediocre quarters, right? So I think that's the strategy he took on it, and it makes sense.
Every time you see that, TJ, and you're seeing like Tesla is about to have like something really bad happen, just always remind yourself that one little Twitter post. Funding secure. It's just a little joke, guys.
It's his Twitter that ruined. Well, actually, no. Like, come on, you guys can see it. What's our channel called again? Trade of the day. I had the best sell on Tesla. It was fucking ridiculous. I forgot what the sell was now, but let's take.
All right, I'm scaling out of my Roku calls here.
Nice
Guys,
play.
take
Nice
a look
play.
at my sell on Tesla. Is that not the sexiest sell ever? 386.54. Like, we were on it that day. Look at the seconds. Look at the time. Look at the milliseconds. You didn't even have time. I'm just like, sell. Taking off 20% as much as I can. What a beautiful day that was.
AMD's at 3480 here.
Thanks for the alert. Yeah, I have 500 shares left of AMD. So on that ad, I did a 3-to-1 ad on that 34.40.
Yeah, so me and Soya had this little, I guess you can call it a bet going on, that I said Roku will hit 356 or 357 before it hits, sorry, 156 or 157 before it hits 140. So I'm really hoping Roku just fucking does its.
Yeah, well, he's saying that Kevin gave a 140 price target, so you know.
He has a sell. He has a sell on his short at 140. So I'm like, it'll hit 157 or 156 before it hits 140. So let's see.
Resistance here, Frank, at 146.
Yeah, if this RSI breaks out over 70, I'll cover, but I'm just gonna wait.
I mean, I did what I was trying to do. I was trying to take that double bottom, and I was trying to ride it up to this resistance.
You nailed it, man. Good job.
Yeah, keep up the great work, Cypher. Every day, man, we love what we're seeing from you. So keep.
CHFS.
Learned almost all of it here.
Thanks, man.
There's the nice wick up to 146. Let's see if we can get some sells here now. The Castick's curling down. I want to see a nice slice through the 75 and come down to test 145.30 in less than 4 minutes. Probably won't take that long.
Focus on the candlesticks too, guys. Like these candlesticks here, they don't look too good. And we're at an acting previous price point resistance.
Got Twilo consolidating above VMA as well, looking for move up for a continuation.
DRH.
I'm not usually competitive, but like when there's another person that's close to my level, I like being competitive.
I like being competitive, and I like competing against other people in like competition. The only time I don't like being competitive is if I'm bullish on a ticker and uh TJ's bearish on it, or if TJ's bullish on a ticker and I'm bearish on it. I don't want to try and compete against his analysis. I'd rather just sit on my hands, because the times that I've gone against it and I just stuck with my analysis, I'd say 90% of the time TJ was right. And then I've noticed as well that when TJ and Frank are bullish on something and I'm short on something, like analysis wise or even trade wise, then they're right again the majority of the time. Also, when TJ and I are bullish on something or bearish on something and Frank is opposite, then I find that I'm just finding that when we're all bullish or bearish going in the same direction, we're almost right every time. And when two of us out of these three individuals are bullish or bearish and one is not, then the two over the one is successful. So I'm finding that anytime we're trading the same ticker and these guys are bullish and I'm bearish, I sit on my hands or I go bullish. So usually I'll sit on my hands because I'm trying to stick to my analysis. Just something I've noticed over the past about 6 months or so, everyone.
Does anybody know if you can like add like a typing box to the snippet thing, Johnny? You know?
Yeah, you can. Wait, can you? No, I don't think you can actually. So it's easy. Just Control C, copy it, and open Microsoft Excel or Paint or something. So use snipping, Control C after you snip whatever you want to take a picture of, and put it in like Excel or. But you should be able to put boxes on your charts too. There should be like an A button somewhere on your platform, and you can write notes on your chart as well.
You guys want to see the funniest, I guess, conversation?
Yeah.
Review.
There, I posted it. So yeah.
That is a good meme, though. He used to Ben did a nice meme.
I'm not sure whether to be motivated or depressed.
Bio.
Motivated. For sure. Why be depressed? What did I miss?
No, I said I'm not sure which one to be, but I'll choose to be motivated.
Oh, motivated. Like my work, I made about 3 point something mil, but this is where I made all my. Just remember, you guys have to remember, I don't take out money. I like that's the one key factor. A lot of people I see, they just invest and then they take out money, and I'm like, what's the point of that? Why would you do it to yourself? Why would you do all this work just to take out that money again?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to grow your money, guys, if you take it out. Now, if you take it out to invest in something else, that's a different story. But if you're
Yeah, that's the only time.
Like, I know one guy, he used to be in our group. He made some money, and then he took it out to do a family vacation, which, okay, I understand. You want to take your family on vacation. But is it necessary when you're trying to succeed in this? When you're not succeeding? No, it's not necessary. It's actually opposite of what you want to do. You do not want to take out your money.
Yo, fuck ramen. I've been like when Johnny knows I eat beef patties. It doesn't matter to me. It's just food. It goes in one side of my body and comes out the other. I really don't care about that. And Johnny knows when I started, when we were working together, what is it? Honestly, I would not spend money. There's no time. There's no reason for me to spend money.
Except on one thing. On one thing, TJ, you would spend money on.
Adderall,
No.
drugs.
No.
I don't know which one. I'm
Stop-
kidding. I'm
stop
kidding.
trolling me. Don't troll us, man. Come on.
I'm
No.
joking.
Come on, man. You know what I'm gonna say. What was the one thing I would see at your house every time I would come over? Remember, I was coming over every
Alcohol.
night.
Pierogies. It's
KFC.
either pierogies or fries because I can't cook. So every
No,
time Johnny comes home,
I'm talking about in East York. I'm talking about in the beginning when we were working at the bank. What was always at your house, man? I always saw stacks and stacks of it. Stacks.
Cash.
No, I'm saying him spending his money on shit, right? I'm not talking about cash. What would I
I
see
know.
stacks of? TJ, what would I see stacks of at your
I don't
house?
know. Remind me.
Parking
Stack,
ticket.
guys, TJ would eat.
Oh, parking tickets. You're talking
No.
about my parking tickets?
No, that you didn't have all those parking tickets yet. That was like a couple of years after we met. I'm talking about the stacks of pizza boxes, man. One time I saw.
Oh yeah, guys. I'm so lazy. There's a pizza store literally, like, on a diagonal line from my block to the other block. I would still not walk there and just get it delivered.
Guys, one time I saw like 30 stacks of pizza boxes.
Yeah, I
I'm like-
didn't have time to go throw those out either.
I'm like, bro, I understand, but like,
ACLS.
it's pizza, man. It's not even like Pizza Nova or something.
Oh my God, pizza, TJ, come on.
It was good. I had a nap. It's just so close. They make it in 15 minutes.
I'll tell you guys, when I was back in Cali, I had I was trading for a bunch of guys, and I was turning a portfolio, and I had one I was with you guys. I was you guys know about it. I had one really good week. I made it like 200,000 plus, and I was like, oh man, it was so good. I went out, spent like $1,000, in Hollywood bars and stuff. Bought a bunch of crazy shit. Then the next week, I ended up losing like 50K my first trade on Monday, and I was like, Frank, you are eating from the vending machine for the next 4 days, because I felt so guilty that I went out and spent a bunch of money, and then I came back the next week just to make one shitty trade, and I literally spent $2 a day on a vending machine getting cups of soup and Dorito chips, because that was my sacrifice. Fun story for you.
AGRX.
And now looking back at it, I would never buy pizza. But at that time, I was like, beer, pizza. That's all I needed. Budweiser and pizza. Two things you can like sleep and wake up and still drink.
Oh God, man, that makes me wanna. I hate. I mean, I love beer personally, but when it comes to like eating nutritious, like I like nutrition. I like nice, good, clean foods. All right, Roku, melt. Don't do this, Roku. I posted a chart in the
Wait,
board for you guys.
wait. Frank, did 146 resist?
Kinda, not really. It broke up a little bit, like 146.20s consolidated a little bit. Now we're trying to.
Okay.
Ocean, I don't actually drink Budweiser anymore, but I do love that beer. The Canadian version. The US one is watered down, tastes like shit. It's like Coors Light, but
Yeah, back in the day, back in like I don't know, 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, like that's another thing I'd always see: stacks and stacks of Budweiser cans. But yeah, in the past couple of years, TJ, I haven't seen you with.
and
with,
I'm not even gonna lie. Like the only thing I ever spend money on, guys, I'd wear just plain black tees. Okay, only time I spend money on clothes is my suits because I needed that at work, especially when you're in front of clients. You have to be dressed up better than they are just so they can give you their money, right? So it makes a difference in that aspect. When you had to sell, it makes sense. Now, in any other time frame, like I would never do it again. There's no point in me buying expensive suits. I won't. I'll fucking buy 500 suits now, $500 suits instead of the thousands before, and I probably won't even get it tailored. I'll just get it hemmed and call it a day. Point it doesn't matter, but at that point it did. At that point, every penny. Like remember what I taught you guys, the 2,000 rule. It's like I realized in my lifetime I can turn $1 into 2,000. So the question always is, whenever I look to spend, multiply it by 2,000. If I still like it, buy it. If I don't like it, don't buy it. It's that simple. So it's just to get me, continue, like, just like enough energy for me to get by.
Yeah, I was the same. I mean, when I was building, I mean, I still am, obviously, but like when I was physically building my investment account, I told you guys, I would take every single dollar I had and I threw it right into the market. Every single dollar.
Everything, any penny, guys, you have, don't spend it. Like I told you guys the story when me and my girlfriend moved in. We had a mattress and a fucking TV on a nightstand. Okay, that's how it started.
Like Jeff Bezos in the garage.
Screw him.
Didn't even have like anything else. Not even a fucking picture, like a painting. That's how it started. But yeah, and that's the good thing too. Like, I don't regret any of that. I was like, oh, and one more thing, I think I covered this in one of the videos too, but any dollar you make extra, any side hustle, just put it to your savings. You were able to live without it yesterday, you're able to live without it today. And honestly, just cut your spending as much as you can. People call it being cheap. It's not cheap. It's just being smart. You're valuing, learn to value your future ahead of your present. If you don't learn to value your future, you'll never get ahead.
Yeah, one question a lot of people have is, if you're so successful in investing or trading, why don't you look the part? Like, why aren't you driving a sports car or like a really expensive car? It's like, okay, well, I can take $100,000 and buy a sports car, but for me, that's $2 million buying power. So at this point of my trading career, it doesn't make sense to do that. Why buy $100,000 car when I can buy a $10,000 car and get the same result? Like, I'm not trying.
You know what it is? It's just this thing. It's like, I think it's in the 20s. When you're in your 20s, right? People always assume money is associated with a car, but it's the most fucking stupid depreciating asset you can buy. So, at that time though, it's the time where every other person that you talk to, they look rich when they have a car, even though it's a depreciating asset, right? So I think it's just that time frame. Like when you're in your 30s and 40s, like the guys that I talk to that are in finance, I mean, they were astonished I even got a Lambo. They're like, "You're a finance guy. Why would you buy this?" Is like the response I get. The younger guys that see the car, they're like, "Oh my god, I want to drive it," or "Can I sit inside?" But like the older guys, they're just like, "You're in finance. Why are you doing this?" One guy, okay, so remember I told you me and Tan, we go to a guy to get our to a winery. So he owns the winery, and he's like, he looks at me when I went in there with the Lambo. He's like, "You're a finance." His first thing he said, "You're a finance guy. I didn't believe you'd do this," and I'm like, "That's true. I didn't either," and that stuck to me. I was like, "Holy shit, that is true."
But the moral of the story is that we like the Lambo.
Exactly. that if I had to multiply the price by 2,000, I'd still fucking buy.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to be like very like I want to be very like responsible and like respectable. So I'm trying to wait till like maybe 30 to buy like a very expensive. I'm gonna buy a Tesla probably next year, but I'm gonna wait till like 30 to buy a nice like classic like 1960s something.
I think it's just like 1% of your income. If it's 1% of your income, buy it. Don't even look at it. That just cost of doing business. You have to have some fun too now. And John, no, that's not true. It's not just 10K. I've added onto my accounts. I've always added every year. It was net adding, never taking money out of it. So that's what really blew up my accounts. And obviously, like that's the key here. Like, I still remember I was working when I first. Okay, so my budget back then was $740. Every penny I made over that $740 a month goes into my investment account. That's period. Like, there's no two ways around it. I don't spend a single dime over it. I don't care which movie is out in the movie theaters. I'll fucking just get it torrented. The same thing with books. You guys know I don't fucking like to buy books. So I just like find it PDFs online. It's the same shit. Well, John, you do have to remember that I had a 6-figure job, so it's kind of easier. to save a lot more when you have a job like that. But again, it's not like it came easy either. You know, I went to a world-class school. It was a lot of work. Like, you know, someone asked me what's the difference between Ivy League schools and just a regular college, community college, and I'll tell you the difference. It's just the people that are there. You have to beat them. You have to be good. Everyone's doing 90s. If everyone, okay, if they went to college, like a normal community college, these guys would be hitting 99 to 98. So now at an Ivy League school, they're hitting 80s. Just imagine the same thing is just hitting 80s. So for us to get a high mark at that competitive level, it's a lot harder. So I think what made it was the professors that actually had experience, that are actually getting paid enough to teach you the right stuff, because most professors make like fucking less than 60,000, like the shitty not the shitty professors. I don't think any professors are shitty, just like the ones that try to do something with their life but they never made it, so then they just became a professor kind of guys. Those guys, you know, they're the ones that make like the 60K. But the guys that actually make like 150K plus, the ones that have, you know, journals published, that the guys that are like the top 1% in their field, like those guys, you know, learning from them firsthand experience, it's crazy. One of my professors was the CEO of Coca-Cola Canada. It was crazy, you know, to get that kind of exposure. And the guy knows the markets. He knew, like, you know, that kind of stuff. It's so hard to find anywhere else.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to, you know, like, it's like guilty, you know, like what is it called? Not guilty by association, but you know, like who you surround yourself with, like, is a huge thing in terms of raising your bar, right? Because like when you go to an Ivy League school, like those kids aren't just smart. That's the thing. Like that's not all it takes to get into an Ivy League school. That's what it takes to get looked at to go into an Ivy League school, is to be smart. You also have to be extremely, extremely skilled and talented at least one other thing. If you're not extremely, extremely skilled or talented at least one other thing, good luck getting into an Ivy League school. Trust me, you won't. Because when I was going to school, I had fantastic grades. I did everything, but instead of like playing baseball or football, I spent all my free time looking at stocks, because that's what my passion, that's what I love to do, you know. And I couldn't go to the Ivy League school and say, oh yeah, you know, my grades are awesome, but like I don't have any extracurricular activities because I spend 100 hours a week looking at stock charts. They're like, oh, we don't give a shit about that. But I mean, now if they see what I'm doing, they would. But it's, you know, long story short is that like those kids are like, you know, they're gifted, they're talented, they're smart, their capacitation level, their competency levels are very, 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 very high. And it's important to like recognize who you are as an individual, like in terms of what you can and can't do, your own limits, and try to work on the things that, you know, you're not good at. You know, that's like one of the big things of growing in life, right? Is to become better at the things that you're not good at, and to make sure, you know, that you're always constantly growing and, you know, progressing. So that's the goal. And it's the same thing as trading. Like the
OMDO.
fundamentals, you know, drivers that will make you a successful trader don't necessarily have to do with your, you know, trading or your technical abilities. Like that stuff comes over time. It comes down to who you are as a person. Like saving every dollar and investing it, you're going to be rich just on that fundamental principle alone. Even if you were like, I mean, not the worst trader where you're losing every single dollar you have, but even if you're like a really shitty trader and you're saving every single dollar you lose, like, and you're still losing money, eventually something's going to click and you're going to, you know, you're going to have that, you know, shift in your, you know, your income where you're like, you know, you go from losing less and less money. That's the goal, right? When you're making really shitty trades and you start off, there's nothing wrong with losing 2% in a trade. There's nothing wrong. Take it for what it is. Take it on the chin. Say, oh, you know, 2%. I didn't like that. I liked my 2% in my you know, my brokerage account, and I don't want to lose that anymore. So now I'm only going to risk 1%. That's how you grow. That's how you figure out. That's how you expose yourself to the unknown, to put yourself in a position or a situation, or to become somebody that you would like to become that you're currently not. Right? Somebody who's successful trading.
Exactly, and you know, it just boils down to competitiveness. Like you have to compete with yourself. You have to be brutally honest, you know, and that's something a lot of people don't do. In trading, what I see is they never give a strategy enough time for it to actually fucking work, because they don't understand the nuances that's actually needed for that strategy to work. And B, they just don't have that dedication, and they lie to themselves about their, you know, it's like, oh yeah, this strategy works for me because it worked the last 5 times, and then, you know, as soon as it, you know, they take a huge loss, go back down to zero. Like for me, the one thing is do not take huge losses. The last one I took that was really big was February 2017. Was it 2018, and that's the last one I ever need.
Yeah, and before that was that mining company, right?
No,
I don't know what
Nakai
it's
made
called.
money on it.
Oh, I meant before you made money.
But
and
I didn't.
after
I
that-
didn't profit. It was opportunity cost. It was like 3 or 4 million opportunity cost on that one. So that's
Yeah, and I want to touch back on what Frank and TJ were saying. So like it relates to going back with like people getting accepted in school. Like 99% of the time, yeah, you're gonna need really good grades and extracurriculars to get accepted to these Ivy Leagues. 1% of the time, it's who you know, and same thing goes with finding a job in the marketplace or in the work field. Most of the time, they're looking for the most experience, but 70% of the jobs available on the market are not advertised. They do not advertise the jobs available. It's more about
yeah.
who
You
you're-
won't see an ad on fucking Indeed.com or whatever.
Yeah, like I was told about a
CHFS.
job at a hedge fund, and the person thought I'd be a good fit, and it wasn't publicized. It was an internal one. They wanted to hire someone that was referred to them, and it didn't work out. They ended up finding someone else, but even if they offered me the job, I wouldn't take it because there's two reasons. One, I'm here with you all. I'm trying to do this here with UT. And two, why am I going to spend time working for others and trading other people's money and getting stressed out when I could just trade my own money and help all of you here? So yeah, it'd give me exposure. It'd be great. It'd help me with my resume, but it's not something that I'm focused on. I'm not trying to build my resume. Also,
Yeah, and guys, remember I've been doing this for 11 years. It's obviously expected I make more. But I'm pretty sure if you guys did everything you guys heard it from Johnny. I ate fucking pizza boxes. That's okay. Budweiser beer, that's fine. It's the cheapest beer you can get here. Well, at that time, I don't know. There was cheaper ones, but they didn't taste good to me. And literally all that just to get to this level. So, you just gotta be like, if you want more freedom, you have to be more disciplined. That's the A. B, you have to learn to value your future. If you're paying, like, I've seen people that were making like $2,000 a month buying like fucking $3,000 jackets. Like, it's the most mind-boggling bullshit that I've ever seen.
Jason.
CBMG.
Sorry?
Jason.
Well, you know what? He's doing good, actually. I met him last week. He has Aston Martin now, Vanquish. Pretty nice. Obviously, it's probably finance, but or at least, but he's doing good. He's working as he was working at the tower now, so FCP, so not bad. He did good. I was actually astonished. Like, I know you don't like him. He is a pretentious prick.
Yeah, he's
But the dude is like smart, and like at what he does, he's good at. And lucky. It was just good timing too.
Yeah, well, in the end of the day, his dad's a doctor. They have some kind of good connection.
Not even a doctor. He's a gynecologist. His dad makes 800K a year.
And listen. So I remember one time his dad came in, and you remember when the Canadian dollar went up to like $1.30 compared to the US dollar? It fucking ripped 30 cents, and the US dollar tanked.
RTIX.
His dad bought $30,000 worth of his dad bought like 30K worth then.
He bought USD back then?
He bought USD on the tank.
Fuck, that was amazing. You know what? I got lucky. I traded, the only reason I traded US stocks, I'll tell you, like, to be brutally honest, when I first started trading, was because the Canadian dollar was higher. That was my one rational reason why I put the 10K into Apple and not some stock on the TSX. That was the only reason. I was like, oh, I can get more value if I just put into this. Luckily for me, my money has actually increased by 30% by trading my Canadian to US over that time period. That is just ridiculously good. I got so lucky on that.
TJ,
But now it's hard. If you're Canadian and you're trying to like trade the US markets, like, what the fuck? You can put $500 a month in Canadian. That's like $370 US if you're lucky. It doesn't even make sense anymore. But for us, we started at a good time when the Canadian was higher. You're making 30% no matter what off the exchange, and then boom, you just add up everything else. So the market went in a just 45-degree angle. You add all the little, bonuses, pluses that you get, and it made sense. Now, that's why I'm hoping we get a market crash. I hope for the sake of you guys. You guys deserve a market crash. I deserve a market crash too. But like I wish all of us would get a market crash because that's all we need. You guys have the skill set. Just need the right conditions to just cushion your money and growth. And if once that happens, guys, you're just gonna be laughing.
Yeah,
All the way to the bank.
One of my
Yep.
first days. I remember TJ back when I first
Not
started doing
walking,
this.
driving Lambos to the bank. Actually, the bank comes to you now, guys. Okay, just keep that in. Morgan Stanley flew to see me when I was doing my housing deal.
They bring a brink truck to deliver your
Fucking
cash.
they flew from New York to see me here to get papers signed. I was
Guys,
like,
listen,
damn, that's treatment.
without no word of a lie, no joke at all. One time I was with TJ. It was last year. It was like end of last year, and we're just at his house. We're hanging out. We're doing some charting, just chilling. And he gets a phone call. It's from the bank, and then he gets another phone call. And over the next 2 hours, he must have gone called from the different banks like 50 times. And at like after the last call, he's like, "Yeah, I'm fuck these guys," and he just turned off his phone. And later on, he turned it on after like an hour, and he had another 50 missed calls from the bank. Like that was something that really, really opened my eyes, which was like, the bank never calls me. The fuck, like they've called them 100 times today in like 3 hours.
Oh, they're sharks. As soon as you have money,
More money, more problems.
yep, and more
money,
sharks.
Also, guys, I want
Yeah,
to.
I'm still short on Roku, Kyle. Sorry, Johnny. I'm still short on Roku.
I wanted to touch back on what I was saying. I said also, and then I cut out. I didn't realize I cut out. I was trying to talk, and then I realized that it wasn't on. So I was saying, TJ was saying, don't take big losses, and don't lie to yourself, and like just be real. And it took TJ several attempts to get me to switch to using less money to make more, because my point of view was, why do less trades with less money when I'm so consistent? And the realism, or the reality was that even though I was making tons of nice, amazing trades, I was cutting them too soon. I was missing out on way too many opportunity costs, and I was taking big drawdowns. So even though I was still in profits, I was giving up too many of the profits. I wasn't sticking to my rules. I wasn't stopping at my profit target. And remember, I come from an accounting background, which is, you're making $200 to $300 a day. And here I was making like a few thousand and risking so much of it by over position sizing. So one thing that really clicked in was, why make money with more money when you can make just as much money using less money?
With more effect by more effectively managing your position.
Exactly. It's so much easier to manage your risk on small position sizes. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Because
me too.
the big thing is, I just want to chime in one thing on top of that. The big problem with small traders is that they're making trades that are too big. If you just started trading and you're making making a $5,000 trade, any of these stocks could come down, realistically 3 to 5% in 20 seconds or less. So if you're trading $5,000, on a volatile stock, in a volatile market, you could lose 3 to 5%. Like, be ready for that. That's like reality. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're sitting there in your professional trader, which isn't what I'm talking about, right? A professional trader would be managing the trade, whereas a non-professional trader, a newbie trader, won't be managing the trade. They're just like putting caution to the wind. Like, they don't know when to sell. They don't know when to stop out. They don't know what to do, right? You should be trading 10, 15, like, even now that commissions are free, you could trade $50. $50. Make $5 on $50 10 days in a row, and then move to $100. And then you'll be like, yo, this is a system. I'm devising a system that is to scale, right? That's how people make real money, is by scale, aka like scale, the inverse of leverage, almost like scaling yourself, making your strategy consistent so that you can scale it and leverage it and make it, more, over time, more profitable, more effective. As your level of uncertainty increases, your level of uncertainty is going to increase as you become better at a skill, right? That's what the definition of mastery is, right? Mastery of a skill. You become better at a skill over time. Eventually, 30, 40 years, you become a master, where your level of uncertainty, or the level in which you fail at a skill, is minuscule. It's almost irrelevant, because you're successful 99.8% of the time. So the 0.2% won't ever kill you.
Yeah, and the easiest way is just reduce position size based on your capital. What Frank was saying there, you know, you can lose 5 to 10% even in like 20 seconds. I have seen with my own eyes a stock lose 5% in less than 1 millisecond. It was net like instant. I remember I bought in on the ask. It was at 62 bucks and it dropped down over $3 a share instantly. I literally bought it and it instantly the ask became $3 lower.
What does a newbie trader do? If anything, a newbie trader sells immediately. They're like, fuck, I'm down 5%. They'll immediately cut the loss, take a huge loss. What happens on a big extension downwards? What is well, okay, there's like probabilities, right? The probability that you get a potential reversal extension or a consolidated extension to break into the first 25% of, this is what Fibonacci's are technically used for, like a huge extension down 100% Fibonacci to the downside, to break into the first fib, like to just even like come out of a downtrend and to get into the first Fibonacci, you're talking less than like 30%. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's what the difference between like a pro trader, they're like, oh, well, that's 30%. If I double my position down, right? If I double down my position, there's a 1/3 chance that this is going to move up and I can make double my money on a double position, right? But it's managing the trade. If a stock is knifing, right? If a stock goes down 5% in 1 second, what do you think it's going to do in the next couple seconds if it's still bearish, if they're still selling it? It's going to continue to slide. So it comes down to, when is the stock going to stop going down, right? When is the downtrend going to cease, right? Which essentially would be like, for the professional trader is an opportunity to make money. For the noob trader, it's the exact opposite. Roku's freaking melting here below the VMA. It's the exact opposite, right? So these are like the type, you have to like reverse your psychology a little bit and try to flip the way that you think, so that when you're trading, instead of panic, like I do it all the time. When I get super happy about a stock, I'm like, woo, my account's gapping up. I wake up in the morning, I'm up like, you know, 5,500 bucks. I'm like, woohoo, I immediately sell some. You know why? Because what follows happiness? Depression, right? Like, if bulls are making a shit ton of money on a stock, don't you think the bears are going to look to make some money on that stock too? Of course. Of course. They just lost a ton of money. If the bulls are making money, then the bears just lost a ton of money. So they need a retracement, right? They need an opportunity to make their money back. When that happens, right? This is the opportunity to like save your trade. When that happens is completely dependent on price action and volume that you're seeing at that given moment. Can a new trader recognize price action and volume in a trade that is extremely volatile? Good luck. It's almost impossible. It takes even professional traders years to notice these types of shifts in a strong trend that is trying to, you know, like a penny reversal. It takes years. So good luck as a new trader trading like that and being successful. It won't happen. That's why you have to, when you're a new trader, you take everything that you hear with a grain of salt, and you try to develop a very simplistic and easy strategy that even somebody, and I don't mean this to insult anybody, I'm just saying realistically, even somebody as stupid and as worthless and as terrible at everything that you possibly do in your life, like you, could be successful. That is the goal, right? Because that is the truth of life, right?
Yeah, everyone can be successful. Everyone can trade, everyone can do anything, they just have to work at it. And it may not be for that person, but they can still succeed at it, even if it's not for them. Like, I never thought stocks was for me. I was like, TJ's like, Johnny, you should like learn stocks. You'd be so good at it. I'm like, stocks? Are you nuts?
Yeah, Johnny, you know what Johnny told me? Okay, this is when I knew Johnny, that I can actually teach Johnny, okay? He comes in and he's like, have you played Hearthstones? And I'm like, what? No, because we were playing chess all the time at work. So then he's like, have you played Hearthstones? He's like, yeah, it's the best. So then he buys me this starter pack, and I'm like, Johnny, don't spend money on this game. I'll probably get bored of it in a week. And then he's like, this is how you do it. And then we're playing strategy, and he taught me the whole thing. And I'm like, Johnny, the fucking shit you're doing, just apply it into money. You know, like literally the strategy you're employing in a fucking game, just take that strategy and just use the same concept and apply it into trading. And like, you know, that moment I knew he'd be a good trader on it. But man, you've been more than good. You've been doing so fucking good, like consistent too.
Thanks. You know what? It's not only you that's helped me, it's a lot of the members in the group that continuously thank me for trying to help, and
REXN.
The feedback is just incredible, and I just want to see everyone
Yeah,
succeed.
you know, to be honest, like from teaching from being active here by like sharing ideas, I've gotten so much better. Remember, I told you when I quit my job, I was making like $1,000 to $3,000 a week. Happy with that return. And I was like, okay, I can do this for the rest of my life. But it's like, it took it up a level when we had other traders here. I mean, 2017, guys, everything went up 150%. And anything to do with blockchain, anything to do with crypto, anything to do with weed, it just fucking went up. So obviously we made a killing that year. I mean, that's the year I made most of my money. That was when my chart went exponential. Like before I was thinking about multiplying my money. But 2017 is when I realized I can fucking add an exponent to it. You know, I can exponentially grow my money. I like that curve just increased in 2017, and it was literally just because of the group. And like you can ask me shit on finance that I probably spent like an entire semester learning, and I probably won't even remember anything about it. But like trading now, I remember because of, you know, teaching, talking, and all that stuff. So I highly encourage people, like if you want to be better, just study, just learn. And like if you don't believe that it works for you, look at any TA. You ever see those TAs in campus? They're usually the ones that have the top marks, but then what you'll notice about them is like by teaching that, they get actually better themselves. By the third year, they're like Ingo, you know, they're like running their own class.
Yeah, it's based on exposure. They're exposed to it all day, every day. It's literally their life.
You
So
live
for
it.
us, we're living this. We're doing this every day. We're not doing it all day, but we're doing this every single day. Even on the weekends, like I spend some time going over a journal and charting.
You guys, you can ask my girlfriend. I love her more than anything in this world. You can ask her who gets more attention,
PHFS.
stocks or her. She'll tell you 100 times over stocks.
Oh,
Like,
same,
you know, like-
same. Like to be honest, like, you know, 10 used to care. Used to be like, hey, let's go do something. Let's do a date night every Tuesday night or whatever. And I'm like, nope, sorry, it never happens. It can't happen because like we're so dedicated to our craft. And honestly, that's another thing too. Finding a person that actually is okay with that, that's hard. So, you know, Frank, I know that's a mission. So your girl's a good girl if she's still sticking with you, because it's not easy on anyone, especially on a family. They're just
Jesus.
watching you doing one thing repeatedly, and they don't understand why you're doing it anymore, because they're like, you have enough money, why you keep doing this? And I'm like, but I didn't work this hard to just be mediocre.
Yeah, and like that's the thing, like, you know, you have to have like life is all about the pursuit of meaningfulness, right? Like you want your life to be meaningful, right? That's like what everybody wants. Like, yeah, you want, you know, maybe you want money, you want fame, you want all that shit. But the bottom line is that a lot of people have money, they have fame, they have everything that they could ever ask for, but they lack the satisfaction or the fulfillment of their life because they lack that meaningful, you know, like, you know, having that, you know, something in the world that, you know, you've helped influence or create. And like Johnny was talking about, like helping new traders, it's gas, it's fuel, because like not only does it help you, like when I give you guys lessons, like yeah, I spend a good amount of time, like like myself, obviously, like I know the things, like I know what I'm looking at, but to elaborate them effectively and like slowly, obviously, because I get very, I'm a very fast, like high octane,
AMRH.
fast twitch reflex kind of person, like. So like to do it effectively and slow down and like actually pay attention, like it helps me, it helps me gain a further understanding of the things that I'm trying to master, that I'm trying to do. And it's like, it's super rewarding. It's a mutualism, right? It's a mutually beneficial relationship for both parties, right? It's one of the best relationships, symbiotic relationships in the wilderness. But more so than that, right? Like a lot of this, again, has to do with like psychology. Like a lot of the things that are holding a lot of people back in this group it literally has nothing to do with your trade. It literally is just your head. It's just your head. It's just your head. Just all the like those negative thoughts that you're having. Like you need to fuel your life positively and to shape and to push it in the right direction. And that takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of consciousness. It takes a lot of time. And it's something that you're just constantly working at. And like when I first met my girlfriend, she hated that I was on my phone all the time. She's like, "Oh, you're on your phone at lunch? Like you're and she's like kind of like old fashioned, so she doesn't like the phone to begin with. She's like, "Oh, you're on your phone at lunch?" And I'm like, trying to explain to her, yeah, like I gotta check out my stuff. And now we make a joke about it because like she knows that if I'm on my phone, like I'm doing something, relatively serious. I'm trying to like manage my portfolios or whatnot. And now we make a joke out of it. She's like, "You're ignoring me for stonks." Like that's the joke. Like stonks, take over my life. And they're like, "Yeah, because it's my passion, it's my driver, it's my gas." You know what I mean? It's like it's what I live and living for. It's what every morning when I wake up, that's what I look at. Every night before I go to bed, that's what I look at. It's like a relationship. It's like because I appreciate it, everything that it has done for me,
REXN.
and that it will do for me, and that how it can help everybody else that I'm
MLBL.
around is immensely beneficial. So in order to like pay it the respect that it deserves, I invest a lot of my time and effort that I have as an individual about all the things that other things that I could be doing, and I invest it into that so that when I reap the rewards of being a successful, throughout my life, it's not unjustified, right? Like I've made all this money because of this, because of X, Y, Z. I took the steps. Those like I failed, I fell. Like that's why they say every successful venture capitalist that you ever or like entrepreneur that you ever met before their first success, at least 100 failures. Trading is the same exact thing, right? But everybody experiences those failures different. Some people fail and it negatively impacts them. It drives them deeper into the hole. That's the expression, when it rains, it pours. Because when it's rainy outside, you feel, like it's gloomy. It's like, oh my God, it's going to keep raining. With that attitude, guess what? It will keep raining. But if you go outside, you say, oh, it's raining. I hope that the sun comes out at some point throughout the day. That is the ideology in terms of psychology, in terms of what's going to make you a successful trader, that is going to push you to the next level by being able to acknowledge your failures, saying today was a rainy day, and then you open up your computer and you dig and you dig and you dig and you see why you made those trades, what you did. This is why TJ's always talking about have a journal, because unless you have a super good I have a really good numerical memory. Like when it comes to numbers, I remember numbers from my childhood. I remember my house when I moved out when I was 4 years old. I remember the phone number of that house. So like a lot of the computations and journaling that I do is numerical, so I remember it very well. But for physical representations, like I'm even considering doing this now for a couple of my next lessons. I've been taking pictures of stocks and I've been making notes on them, what I've seen, and then I take incremental pictures later on to see how my thesis, what I thought was going to happen, how it played out, and how I can further, justify my ideologies towards or my like my perspective towards, what a stock is going to do more effectively and fine tune myself. And that sometimes that's what it takes. It takes printing out 100 pictures. And I did this when I was, in college, when I was starting off in college. I had an entire room before I left my house. I had an entire room. My entire wall in my room was just stapled with stock charts. Stapled with stock charts.
Oh, dude,
I would wake up in the morning. I would wake up in the morning and look at stock charts. I would fall asleep at night and I would look at stock charts. Before you know it, it becomes second nature. Now I can look at a stock chart and I can dissect it like a freaking, just like a professional biologist is dissecting a frog. Like I can rip open a stock chart and tell you, from start to finish, like why is it like this? Why was it like this? Ooh, nice confirmation of resistance there on Roku at 145.50, and now we can start making some money here on Roku. I got nice averages. Let's go. But it takes a lot of time and effort, but it has to be what you want to do. And that's why when I get into these lessons, like the first one that we're going to go into is going to be trading versus investing, because a lot of you guys would be much better off just investing than trading. Trading is like this. You don't want to have another job. You want to trade. Instead of going to your job for 40 hours a week, hypothetically, you're going to come to your computer, be disciplined, like you have to be your own boss, because nobody is sitting behind you on your computer saying, oh, don't trade this, other than, me and Johnny sometimes when we chime in and tell you, oh, you take a look at this or whatever. But 99% of the time, you have to be your own boss. You have to be disciplined. You have to create an environment. Like when you go to work, it's an environment that is created so that you can succeed at work, right? When you go to work at McDonald's, you can take somebody with an IQ, and I'm not insulting anybody, I'm just saying, like, you could take somebody with a very low capacitation level and put them in a McDonald's and they can still succeed, because the system that they are using, that they are exposing themselves to, you can't really, it's really hard to fail. You know what I mean? And when you're devising your stock trading strategy, that's what you want. You want it to be really, really hard for you to fail. for like you to lose money on a stock, you want it to be like almost it's always a possibility, but you want it to be as least likely as possible, the highest possibility of probability. That's what I'm always preaching to you guys. And it takes a lot of work and time. It's not something that, if you're going to part-time it, I'll tell you right now, I spent easy 4,000 hours trading stocks. So 40 hours a week, right? What is that? 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. That's 2,000 or a little over 2,000, hours a year. So that's 2 full years of literally, if you spent, from start of the day to the end of the day, didn't sleep, 2 full years worth of time looking at stock charts and training. So if you're working, like a professional job, after the first 2 years, this is why you begin to see the gloriousness of trading, why it's so appealing, because in the first 2 years of your job, good luck if you get a 5% raise. Good luck. Honestly, if you get a 2.5% raise this year and a 2.5% raise next year, you're lucky. You're super lucky. If you get a 5% raise in the next 2 years in a job, you're lucky. You know what my raise was in 2 years? It was more like 150%. Like I started making one amount 1 year, and then the next year I made double. You know what I mean? And then now it's gonna look like triple. You know what I mean? And it's exponentially growing because as my skill craft. My craft for my skill becomes more fine-tuned. One, I spend much less effort than I do now. Now I don't have to come to my computer and spend 40 hours a week looking at charts. Don't get me wrong, as much as I love to, I have an addictive personality, so I'm very passionate and I'll spend a lot of time in the things that I'm passionate for and that I love. And stock trading is one of them. I would love to spend 80 hours a week here on my computer and look at my screen, but I got a bad back and my eyes are terrible, getting worse and worse each day because I spent so much time looking at the computer, so I'm becoming more and more blind, which sucks. And I can spend 14 hours a week managing my portfolio, a little bit looking at my phone here and there and doing what I have to do, but 14 hours a week really trading and making 70 to 80% of the money that I would be making spending 40 hours. So now I'm working 1/3 of the time that I was working previously. Granted, I might not be making as much money because I'm not churning percentages in the market each day, but when you can make 15 to 20% on a swing trade on something like MO or Snap, or something like that, where you can make 15 or 20% in 2 weeks. Do you think I need to sit at my computer and churn 1 to 2% a day when I can make 20% on 50 grand in a week? No, that's 10 G's. It's plenty money. How much money do you want? You know what I mean? How greedy can you get? You can get very greedy, and that's like the enemy. You never want to be in that position. Okay, nice turn up here for Roku. Hopefully they stay below these MAs. We got to hold below 145.65 here on my chart. But this, I'm trying to it's an onion that you have to unravel for yourself as an individual because everybody is different, right? Nobody is the same. We are all different people and we all understand things differently and we all take things we learn differently, we approach things differently, and that is your best advantage if you can hone in on that on how that is going to produce a strategy or a craft that you can take advantage of. You know what I mean? And that's getting to know yourself as an individual better and really deciding what you want to do. So trading versus investing, trading, right, is deciding. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. When people walk up to me and they say, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" I don't say, I do lots of things. I open my, I work at restaurants sometimes. I'm going to be working at a bakery. My dad's best friend needs help at his bakery in Arizona, so I'm going to be working there for a couple months. But when people come up to me, I don't tell them, "Yeah, I'm just, I just work, side jobs." No, I'm a trader. What I do is I trade because I take an asset and I'll purchase an asset at one price, and I will in the future I will trade it at a different price. That's the fundamental thing of trading, right? We're buying stocks at one price and we're trying to sell them at a higher price, or we're selling stocks at one price and trying to buy them at a lower price. We're taking the trade, money for assets, assets for money, right? The fundamental analysis. Nice rejection here on Roku. Exactly what I wanted to see.
And one more thing I wanted to add into is that that people get two things mixed up, okay? Failure is okay, but failure is personal development. Failure does not mean blowing your fucking account up. Capital preservation is key. Okay, so in order for you to preserve your capital, you can't be like, you know what, I'm going to fail, I'm going to make it back again. If you keep blowing your accounts, you're doing the opposite of what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to protect your capital first. And if you can't do that one principle, there's no way you're going to last in this game. And I see a lot of people, they compensate for their lack of skill or lack of strategy or lack of preparation or lack of journaling by using more size and risking their account. That is not success. That's not the
Counterproductive.
road to it. It's
Counterproductive.
counterproductive. Exactly. That's the best word to product. And it just doesn't make sense, you know. So always remember and take a step back, guys. You like every week I go through my trades. I can't do it every day anymore because obviously I'm running DCF models. I'm looking for new trades. I'm looking for deals wherever it exists. So obviously it's a once a week thing, and that's usually on Sundays. On Sundays, all I do, I don't look at charts. I don't look at news. I don't look at anything on Sundays except journal. That's the only thing I do, just to see where I'm at. And for me, it's lucky because my girlfriend trades. So, you know, if I'm like, okay, how do you think I did? I just like ask her opinion. She looks at it and she's like, okay, I can see this. And it kind of helps, right? Like in our group, we have so many members, guys, like the dream team. The idea of the dream team was made that they help each other out and they look over their trades. There's always someone there to talk to. And it's working really good. I mean, you can talk to Cypher about it. You can talk to, you know, Meta. You can talk to Holly, Gabe. They'll all tell you the exact same thing. Like it's just a place where you can trade. You can not trade. Like analyze and take a step back. Ask for an opinion. Second opinion is always important in anything you do in life, and especially when it comes to personal development. It's the reason why, if you look at every Fortune 500 company, they have a budget for consultants. You think Apple doesn't have the best and the brightest minds that have worked at Harvard and the best fucking schools in the world? They do have them. They hired them. But they'll still hire consultants on the side. Why? Because it's always important to make sure that you're aligned, and you have to know like who's flipping the bill, you know, like obviously I'm going to be more positive about my efforts if I'm positive on the week. So that plays into a factor. You know, you'll learn this if you learn valuation. It's the biases. You have to get over that biases. And the best way to do that is find a buddy in our group that you guys want to just review your journals or your trades with, and to see how you guys are doing. You know, it's really important that you guys find someone that's at your level, you know. Like, I would like to do it personally for every single member here, but I don't have that time. I don't think I'll ever have the time to do that.
And can I just chime in real quick? It's not even about that we don't, you know, and I'm not speaking on behalf of DJ, I'm speaking on behalf of myself now. It's not even that I don't want to spend all of the time that I possibly have with you. It's just that if you're, you know, like, you're not going to be able to digest, like, like when you can't move backwards in time. You are who you are because of what you've done and where you have been. So it's important to like kind of, you know, collaborate with people who are kind of, you know, similar in terms of your experience, so that you can measure your development more accurately. You're not going to be able to measure, you know, it's hard to kind of gauge how much of what I'm saying people take in, because it's kind of like, these are really, you know, like not necessarily like, oh, Frank's a super genius, but like they're kind of advanced strategies where there's a lot of things that come into play and a lot of consideration that I have. Good rejection on Roku here. A lot of consideration I have for like every single little thing that I'm doing that is very hard to teach. But if you're with somebody that is, you know, similar to, you know, getting into trading with you, then you can kind of bounce back and forth, and you guys can have revelations together. Revelations that are like of the same type of like thought process, right? Like you guys are gonna be like light bulbs flickering in a warehouse going crazy. Whereas with me, the light bulb might flicker sometimes, but it's not that effective in terms of, you know, lighting you up, you know, getting you going. If you're with somebody who's kind of like similar minded and like similar experience, you bounce back and forth, and you guys are like, oh man, look at that, dude. You see that? Like, you see the difference there? Where it's kind of like with me, like, yeah, I'm trying to explain to you the difference there, but you're kind of not taking you're disconnecting. You're not really jumping from one thing to another. Like, I see what you're talking about, but you have to dig deeper, and you have to kind of like, you know, move past that. And you have to, the best way to do that is like TJ said, like find somebody, your buddy. You know, I was super fortunate. You know, this isn't the first trading group that I've been in. You know, I've been in, you know, not hundreds, but 20, 30 different trading groups where I've been extremely active in. And, you know, some of you guys know me from those groups. Like, I've been active in, you know, in the trading scene for, you know, my entire, you know, adult life, pretty much. You know, it's because I value other people's opinions, and I like to, you know, see what they're doing. But at the same time, I like to see the faults, you know, like I'm always trying to see like what this person isn't doing, what Like, what didn't you do in that trade to execute it correctly so that I can become better from your mistakes, right? And that's also a big thing that you guys should be focusing on. Like, if you have a losing trade, if you see a losing trade, try to figure out like what that person saw, and then try to figure out what they didn't see that made that trade a losing trade for them, right? Because the deviation or the difference there is the secret sauce to not losing on a trade, right? If you can see, and this is what TJ is talking about, eliminating bias, if you can see both sides of the teeter-totter at the same time, you're going to have a much better idea of which side to hop on, right? Because it's like, yo, dude, there's 40 pounds on this side, there's 50 pounds on this side. Do you think you want to be on that side? No, go to the other side. It's already weighted down. There's already more weight over there.
You know what? I wanted to add to that too.
Go ahead.
What he said is really important, okay? It's one of the most important things, okay, guys? Like, don't follow the few, follow the many. Okay, everyone knows the story about the guys that made $500 into $1 million. Okay, we all hear the stories, but there are only a handful of them. But because they're the exception to the rule, they're the ones that everyone talks about. Stop looking at their fucking gains and look at the guys that have actually made. Look at Warren Buffett. Look at the guys like Bill Gates, the guys that have actually built something from nothing and have done it in a consistent and slow manner. Okay, I think those ones are the bad example. Ray Dalio is a better example.
They're good.
He ran his hedge fund from his apartment.
And there's different types of people, right? Like Warren Buffett he spends a great deal of amount of consideration towards an individual asset or equity, and then he invests like the steroid into whatever he's doing. He ignites the fire in whatever company he touches, not because of what he does technically for the company. It's just how he changes the ideology or some of the driving factors that are in companies that are shitty companies that are stopping them from succeeding. He invests so that he can kind of tinker or manipulate this type of negative psychologies that run rampant in big business or big industry businesses like franchises. Those people are promoted to the level of incompetency that you literally could not believe to any extent in which you could imagine. I've sat down with general managers, regional managers who run 13 states, 136 restaurants, and they sit down with me at the table and they get intimidated by me. They think that I'm coming for their job. Do you know why? Because they're incompetent as shit. They know that I could run those 16 states and 136 stores 20 times better than them. And I've been in the industry. I'm 24 years old. They're 46. They've been doing this for 20 years. But it's just like, dude, you gave, and that's the thing, like people, they get promoted to the level of incompetency and they get complacent, right? When you're in the market, you're going to hear this word all the time, complacency. The way that I look at complacency is just like this. Complacency is nothing more than people who do not care about that money. Complacency is it's like, oh yeah, I'm losing money. All good. That's easy money. When I hear things like complacency, I look to take advantage of those people. People who are not having a great deal of consideration for the things that they are doing or the things that they are investing in is a perfect opportunity for me to take advantage of that, right? Because your psychology is there is no psychology. You're like a vegetable. You know what I mean? You're like easy money. That's like a Tesla base, essentially like a Tesla, the base is on Tesla, right? If something, God forbid, ever happens on Tesla, if the stock really does go for a really bad decline, I hope it does. It's less likely. Hold on, Roku's melting here. Nice melt on Roku. Let's see if we can break through this low at 144.70.
And one more thing too, it's like I noticed that a lot of traders, they try and beat other traders, but that's not how it works. Like, look at the biggest funds. They work as a team. Collectively working to a common goal has always produced better results than working at it alone. And I see it a lot in people that don't have money. I see it a lot. Okay, they just you know how many people pitch me ideas? You know how many times I go to a party, they see what I do, and then they see, someone tells them about me, and they always come in and they try and pitch me a deal, okay? The guy that doesn't have money, I can easily identify it by his pitch because A, he's trying to pitch me an idea that I know he can't follow through with, and B, I know he's trying to pitch the most lucrative idea for him. The guys that pitch me ideas where I know it's not lucrative for them, those are the guys that understand that it's volume based. This is a volume based game, not like large spreads. You know, look at Amazon. They're like they make less than 3%. Okay, and they're the largest disruptor in the fucking world. You know, they'll make less than 3%, guys. Look at Walmart, same thing. You'll notice that a common trend. And guys, always take what you can learn from the big companies, because these are the guys that spend billions in research and development to try and get a step up above the rest, right? So I always love reading biographies. I love reading about the history of the company, what made them evolve, how like even Apple was a really good story, and how he was CEO and then he was just a bad CEO for that time period in Apple, and Tim Cook was the right one at that time. You know, he was a good visionary, but he was just, you know, at that time, Apple was so big that it was just above his capacity to manage it. The same thing with, I think, Snap. I think Snap, I like the CEO. I think he was the best thing that happened to him. But at this stage, I think they need a different CEO. And the same thing why Bill Gates, you know, when he stepped down, when his circle of, when he went out of his circle of competence, he kind of stepped back. And that makes sense. You know, Jack Ma, they did the same thing. You always have to realize you can't always have that one thing going for you. There's a level, there's like a, you know, a level that you reach where it's just out of your circle of competence, and you just gotta know when to let someone else take over. That sort of thing.
Yeah, and those people weren't incompetent to any slightest measure in terms of relative people, but anything. But the reality of the situation is that you were doing something and you did it great. And if you were smart, you would, like TJ was saying, implement, or you would hire other people who you know are also smart, because you're not an idiot, right? So that's like real recognizes real kind of quotation there. But like, I'm smart enough to know that I cannot run, like Tim Cook is a perfect example. This, well, not necessarily a perfect example, because he kind of got forced out because of his weak ideologies, right? Like, you kind of have to understand where people are coming from. Like, you are your biggest enemy, your biggest limitation, your biggest everything. So the more people that you have, like your limitations and all those things, they dissipate if you allow them to. Those people recognized they did something great, right? Nobody is discrediting. Nobody gives any of these huge people that stepped down from their multi-billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies, that they didn't do a good job. If they just are smart enough to realize that for the amount of not necessarily work, but almost hassle as the company is trying to transition into doing bigger and better things, that they are still stuck in the location, or AKA the time and place in which they developed a system or strategy or company that was extremely successful. Right? And that is the difference. Like, people are talking about natural selection in the chat. Like, natural selection, the evolution. Imagine if you could force evolution upon yourself because you recognize your faults. That is forced evolution, right? Evolution is the change that happens over an extended period of time. That is forced upon animals, that don't survive, right? They can't run fast enough. They, whatever the case may be, they can't hold their breath for long enough, whatever the case may be, so they can't survive. Imagine if you were that seal who can only hold your breath for 5 minutes, and you know that if you could hold your breath for 10 minutes, you'd be able to get away. And then you took the conscious effort to hold your breath another 5 minutes. Now you're a super seal. You're not even like all the other seals. And this is a really stupid freaking analogy, but it's very simplistic. If you're like that human who, unlike all the other humans, can recognize their faults and better them, that is forced evolution. You are becoming a better, more superior version of yourself. That is AKA also known as evolution. That is the definition of it, right? So do that. Find your faults, find your weaknesses, figure out what you're doing wrong, figure out what you're saying in your head that is bad, and fix that shit step by step, one by one, little by little, not overnight. Don't look and say, oh, how can I be like Frank? How can I be like TJ? How can I think like TJ? No, step by step is how you get to thinking like these, or Johnny, like how you get to thinking like those types of people. You have to do it incrementally. You have to build it up so that, just like a stock that goes up on low resistance, right? What happens with a stock that goes up on low resistance into Paradigm? It has no supports, right? It has no supports. So fundamentally, the stock is weak, but speculatively, the stock is rocketing to the sky roofs. So the the predisposition towards that stock would be to come down, because you're ripping, that's essentially what a gap or up or a gap down is a lack of consolidation or a lack of clarification or consideration towards a stock price given, within the range, right? So the likelihood of you going into things like gaps is significantly higher than to breaking into certain types of trends. And that is the difference, because you have to have, like, it's a very hard and abstract ideology, but if you understand it, it will benefit you. You have to think within that gap. Even though the price didn't happen, you have to understand it. You have to try to, get a grasp on it so that you can better yourself. There's going to be tons of things in your life, like people, like we were talking to, when you get to that point where you're past your understanding, that's going to happen 100,000. If you're smart and you're evolving as a human, that should happen 100,000 times in your life. The people who are weak, in my opinion, who are weak, who are the people who don't do that. They fail one time and they run back into their hole, and they will spend their rest of their miserable life the same as they were 50 years ago.
Oh, people give up way too fast. Like, I've seen people give up when they just had all the right ingredients. They didn't protect their capital enough, that they just blew up. And it's sad. There's so many members that used to be in our chat that were so good. They had everything, except they let themselves fail by not managing rule number 1, which is capital preservation. And another thing that I want to bring up that Frank also brought up, which is also true, only 1% of the world actually made a difference in this world. If you actually look at all the inventions, everything that we've done in mankind, okay? 99% of the fucking population was sleeping, and that 1% took advantage. Be that 1%. Tailor yourself like that 1%, and the profits follow. Don't focus on your P&L. You guys know my rule. I don't look at my P&L until I'm done trading. That's when I look at it. It doesn't matter to me, because that might play a biasness in my next trade. So I don't want that. Once I'm done, then that's when I kind of look at it and see where I'm at. And the other thing is, it's like you have to be brutally
CHFS.
Honest. It's like you have to know which stage you're in. Okay, if you're not good at fundamentals, don't fucking try to be good at fundamentals and trade based on it. You can learn from it. You can track it. You can see how it's going. You can be like, oh, this PE ratio is good. Okay, is it good though? I don't know. Let's track it for 6 months and see what happens after 6 months. Then yeah, that makes sense. Now the same thing with biotech. There's a simple reason why I don't trade biotech. I don't fucking get it. I don't know how effective it is. I don't know if some other guy is working on a drug that's so close to the existing drug that they just got approval on, and that drug is probably going to take over the market because it's more effective than the drug that I'm trying to buy. I don't know that stuff. I don't know how much revenue they're going to bring in. I don't know how much it's going to cost to produce it. Do they even have the money to produce it? Are they just going to license it out? Those are questions that I can't answer. So for that very fact, I stay out of it. I know where my circle of competence is. I stay within there. I dabble at different stuff once in a while when I see an opportunity, but I never stray away from there. And I never go heavy on positions that I don't trust. And that's, I think, what a lot of people I see, it's like, oh my god, I should have just played a strangle. It's like, yeah, I tried that. I lost money, I think, 2 days ago. I played a strangle on everything except for the one that went up 15%. So I just lost the previous day's money on doing absolutely nothing because I was just stupid. I took a step back and I'm like, why the fuck am I trying to do this? I don't understand the logic behind it. I'm a good trader. I have a strategy. Why am I trying to do something just because I want to 100% return on an option trade? It's just it didn't make sense to me. So, that kind of, I don't know. I'm running off on this, but that kind of was my most recent, scale back and take a look at it in a third person point of view.
Hey, TJ, my name is Evan. I just was going to jump in here for a second if that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I've been on Wall Street for 20 plus years. Joined UT probably back in May. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to you and especially Johnny. You guys have been unbelievable with the knowledge that you're able to drop on somebody like myself who, like I said, 20 plus years in the business, used to work on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I'm still a trader now for an institutional fund and or an institutional sell side firm, and just learning the day trading and swing trading aspect of it that you guys do is just a completely different, turning everything that I know upside down.
Thank you for the kind words, Evan. And I
Oh, yeah.
agree. Like when I talk to my the analysts that I used to work with, and I see where they're at, and then where we're at, I'm like, wow, this is like they don't even believe it at this point. I had to invite them into the group just so they can see, and they're like, wow, is this even possible?
Yeah, I've actually invited a couple of former traders, portfolio managers that are trading their own money now to join in. I don't think they have yet, but guys that are just, unbelievably successful, stop working at a young age because they've made so much money, and hopefully they'll join in as well.
All right, perfect. I love collaborating. I mean, that's the way to work. That's the way we win. That's how, my firm did it back then. It just collaborative work, right? Like everyone's opinion matters, especially when it's an intellectual one.
Everything has value. It's one of my favorite quotes. Everything has value. People look at more towards about perspective, but everything has value. Even the terrible things in people's lives, like the worst things, like you hear these stories all the time about like a guy who gets both his legs blown off in Iraq, or like a crazy car accident or something, and you're just like, oh my god, like just like that's so terrible. Like I feel so bad for him. Like that man will become a legend if he chooses to. Like you see those guys doing like 100 no-legged push-ups, like in the sky on one arm, doing 100 no-legged push-ups. Like what the fudge? What does it take to become somebody like that? It takes exposing yourself to the unknown and to grow into a way into somebody that you previously could have never imagined. And like unfortunately, in terms of perspective, that is a very unfortunate aspect, but a very unfortunate accident. But the guy, people are strong and they can overcome, and everybody is like that. We're all similar towards in terms of evolution. We're all in a similar stage. Like we can all do that, and we can all overcome and just become better and better and better and better. So that's why you don't struggle in the face of adversity or like something that you don't know. You attack it head on, and you try to learn, and you try to become better and better and better and better. And that's what we try to do here at UT, man. That's just what it's all about. That's what I do in my life, and that's what I love doing here every day, as much as I can. But I'm actually going to be cutting off. I love you all so much. Thank you all for the conversation. It was absolutely lovely. Roku's going to continue to melt here. I'm going to watch it on my phone, and I'm going to go get lunch with my girlfriend. But I love you all so much.
All right,
See you,
take
Frank.
care, buddy. Thank you so much, especially on this lesson. I think everyone learned from it today, and just a little insight on what we do. And I think what I toot my horn a lot about working at firms, but you can talk to Evan too. He'd probably tell you the same thing. It's just you don't realize how competitive. And then the office politics. You tie it all together. Like we have a brilliant job right now.
HIMX.
Yeah, TJ, what I can add to that is when I was working on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I was working for a small $2 broker, and then I went to a larger firm, to Oppenheimer, before they were CIBC Oppenheimer. They were just Oppenheimer. And I was a young kid, and the competitiveness was unbelievable. All I wanted to do was get off of the floor and upstairs onto the institutional desk. And I actually had guys that I was working on the floor with that were, 15, 20 years my senior, telling me, slow down, you're doing too much, etc.
Yeah, just one more thing. Those people who try to chain you up or limit you in your life, get rid of those people as quickly and as fast as possible.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's not always just like getting rid of them. It's just these are people that are senior to you. You're working in an industry, and you have to sometimes play by the rules to get ahead.
Sorry, Evan, you got cut off after sometimes. You got to play by the rules.
I was just saying sometimes you have to play by the rules to really to get ahead and to like you were saying, TJ, before, like you've seen so many people quit too soon. So if I was to back then have just stopped and quit because these guys were telling me slow down or don't do so much. You kind of have to fit in a little bit with the larger entity there, and hopefully then shine and then make your move.
Yeah, I agree. I saw that too. I saw a lot of people burning themselves out in the first year or 2 years. Oh, and Evan can tell you, the returns we make, it makes Wall Street look bad. Looks like they're standing. Percentage wise, not dollar based.
I would say that, I think a lot of people know this already, but just to add to the conversation, and I kind of joined in late here. The biggest challenge for me as somebody who's been doing this for over 20 years has been just the mental aspect of, or emotional, not mental, emotional.
Oh, I agree. It takes a toll. Like, that's why I know, like, I took a step back one day and I was like, can I see myself day trading for the rest of my life? And I can't. I really can't. It takes a It's a great way to start, but as soon as you do invest, get into the habit of making money or letting your money work.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still at the stage where when I have a bad day trading, I feel like shit. When I have a good day, I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yeah, I think it was the last year or so that I kind of deviated away from that. Where before it used to be like my emotions that any one of my friends would look at me and they'll realize if I had a good day or a bad day just by looking at me. They can see the stress level. Okay, um, now it's got to a point where it's just a bit more leveled. Before I was taking bigger risk, I was taking larger sizes, huger bets. Now it's just more leveled, secured. Once in a while I'll go onto a big bet if I like the play. And that's sort of, I think I found my like plateau. This is where I'm the most comfortable.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the difficult things for me, just coming off of. Uh, I'm still doing trades for institutional firms, so I'm used to them swinging around 10, 50, 100,000 share lots like it's nothing. So for me, uh, like you're saying, scaling back has been difficult, yet it's the most productive and the best trading that I'm doing.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Like, it comes so easy, and then especially when you start spending money too. It's a lot different. My spending habit while I was working at a firm versus now. Well, not now, but like when I quit my job, it was a lot different for me to scale back even on my spending, just because you're used to it. You see these big numbers, and it actually becomes meaningless. Like you're looking at filings, and there's companies making like I was watching Disney. I was doing a DCF model yesterday on Disney, and I made a typo. I'm like 19 million in revenue, and then I step back and I'm like, oh, it's a typo. It's actually 90 billion, and I'm like, holy shit! I didn't realize it was billions until I actually made that typo and realized this is a lot of money that they're playing with. But it's just amazing to see like for us it seems nothing. Companies making millions of dollars, it's like a given. They're supposed to do their job. That's their job, their role. it makes sense. And especially when we're trading, it's so easy to get caught up on that's why I stopped posting P&Ls, guys, is because everyone gets caught up on the bigger P&Ls, and I don't want that for you guys, because it's a distraction from your goal. Know where you're at, know where your target is, and just be a better person than you were yesterday, and that's it. My P&L is big because I use bigger size. That's the only reason, the only difference. So, Evan, do you do a lot of trading on your own? Is it more equities, options?
So I've been only trading equities, very little options. When I was working, obviously on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, uh, I started just trading equities. The firm that I'm at now, I will execute convert bonds, I execute options, and equities, primarily equity. As for my own personal money that I just started trading back in, let's call it May, um, I've just been trading equities, a couple of small option trades here.
What's your opinion on algorithms and AIs, I guess?
I use algorithms every day trading for my clients, and for me, they work really well for what I'm trying to accomplish.
And is it mostly for like order book scrambling to get into different books, or is it more just like different
I didn't hear that last part that you said.
the different? Is it based on different price points, price levels, or is it more on the order books wherever it can get?
I think it helps significantly for me, finding liquidity, um, being in and out of dark, being able to, they can react so much quicker than I can. If I want to stay a certain percentage of volume. I think I just dropped myself off there.
Yeah, you cut off after a certain percentage of volume.
So I think what I was just trying to say is that for me, they help with finding liquidity, with participating in dark pools, and um, they can track the market so much faster than I can, especially if I want to be just a percentage of the volume.
How much of the orders do you route through dark pools?
Probably 70%.
HRTG.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A lot of the names that I'll be trading will be relatively illiquid, and relatively is the key word there. So if I've got to scale out of, I'm selling 50,000 shares in a thin name, don't want to move it, the algos just can do it way better.
Yeah, we started to scrambling through an algo too. And honestly, I just like it. Just lower costs, more effective, more faster, and it just does it so fast. It's crazy how fast they could rapidly just sell off a position versus a human, multiple humans to be honest.
Well, the interesting thing is, as much as I'm, dependent on algos right now, algos completely turned my end of the business upside.
Yeah, I know. Spreads are getting thinner everywhere. Oh, and our commissions got lower, so I already knew that sooner or later that my job's gonna just be out of commission. So I was like, it was a good time to move.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know how old you are, but yeah, when I was on the floor of the New York when I first started there, I mean, there was no penny spreads; it was eighths.
Now we
That's
complain when we see those spreads.
yeah, exactly. I was taking an order over the phone. I'd have to page a broker, wait for him to either call me or come into the booth, give him a piece of paper with the order, scratched out on it. He'd have to go back out to the crowd to the specialist and come back. So you can imagine with the eighth of a point spread, the stock could move $1, $2 instantly.
Yeah, how times have changed. Like, back when I left, I don't know if it's still big, but the Bloomberg Messenger, oh, that moved markets, guys.
What's your opinion on shorting Fitbit right here?
Touch it, buddy. I don't like it here. If they actually have a buyout, it's good. If they don't, this is just inflated pricing. I think it's a good idea for Google to buy it at this price. They're not paying too much of a premium. 2 billion valuation on a company that makes 2 billion a quarter. Well, not exactly 2 billion, but not a quarter, a year. That's not bad at all. It just is it actually going to happen? I don't know. I don't think Google needs them. I think eliminating competition makes sense in that aspect. But does Google actually need Fitbit? Don't think so. And honestly, like it's a waste of money to spend money on M&A right now. Anyone knows the markets are pretty tough. They can probably buy this back whenever the market does turn at pennies on the dollar.
I'm going to sign off of voice right now. I've got a couple of orders I got to take care of, but I just wanted to say thank you again, TJ and Johnny. I don't know if Johnny's still listening now, but when I first started listening to UT, TJ, you were away, so I was listening to Johnny like every single day, and his analysis is unbelievable.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And honestly, it was a true pleasure. We should do this more often.
Likewise, I'd be happy to. Oh, and I know that TJ, I know that you taught Johnny pretty much everything he knows.
Yeah, but he has his own style. He's fast. Tape reading is crazy.
Oh, it's unbelievable. So have a great weekend, and yeah, we'll hopefully connect again on voice, and I'll be listening.
Perfect. You too. Enjoy.
ANET.
On that note, I'm going to take a little break, enjoy some coffee. I'll be back in a
Ego. LTS.
So like Holly mentioned and Ocean Grove, volume price analysis is important if you believe the one foundation, which is volume precedes price, which is always the case. So okay, case in point would be Tesla earning day, Tesla the day after. Take a look at the volume, what happened on earnings, and the day of the earnings, and then the day after. Look at that explosion that happened. That is a really big indicator, volume preceding price. So,
KN.
if you believe that concept, then you have to read volume price analysis. There's, it's a given. That's the second book I ask everyone to read. Any new trader, they have 2 books they have to read. The Bloomberg's book on candlesticks, then volume price analysis, and then if you want fundamentals, you have to read the fundamentals for dummies, because that's like the easiest way to learn it. Secondly, it's valuations by McKinsey is just the best breakdown. It's like an MBA course on valuations in one book. There's no way to find another. Okay, there probably is another book. I haven't read anything else, but that's the only one that I would actually recommend, hands down. And I hope you guys do read it.
BLDR.
So Josh, I'm not seeing that, that initial push that I'm expecting. I want to see that 315, 314 test. It's what I'm expecting on Tesla. Now, I scale back dramatically on that. I'm still gonna hold a little bit overnight, but at this point, I mean, my risk is low. I'm holding about 30 something percent. And Lucho brings a good point up. It's all about psychology. You can't do this if you're emotional, if you're emotionally unstable, and if something in your life is causing that, you have to fix it. Nip it in the bud first before you ever even attempt to trade. If you're having a bad day, you're fighting with your girlfriend, your wife, whatever, don't trade. Or if you're a girl, if you're fighting with your husband, don't trade. If you're going through family issues, just take a step back. I tell that to anyone that tells me that they're going through a rough patch right now. I'm like, listen, don't trade. Don't even remotely think about it. People think there's two sides to it. They might think that it's going to take their mind off the issue. If that's the case, do research. Chart out charts. Look into the company. Read their earning transcripts. There's so many ways you can go around it without putting your money. Even paper trade. Just don't trade. And then once everything's settled, you trade. If you have other things going up, just I can't even say this word. I've never been able to say this word properly, but I'm just gonna type it. I think that's the word. Compartmentalize, right?
You didn't type it right either.
Fuck yeah, I know.
I was like, he's not going to type it right either.
Compartmentalize.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I always get tripped up on that word. It's like I remember having to do a presentation in front of there was 10 MDs in that room, and I'm just like, I'm another analyst too, and I'm just trying to say it, and I just stuttered, and my entire presentation just after that point went down.
Yeah, your presentation was probably awesome, and then you hit that, and that's all I could think about.
What happened to him? Yeah.
I don't know if we want to be a part of this guy's hedge fund. He can't pronounce compartmentalize.
Remember what happened with LFIN? Or do you remember that cipher, or do you know?
LFIN? I don't think I was around here for that.
Oh, okay. LFIN went from $5 to 142 in 7 or 8 days. And then the CEO went on TV and told everyone the company's worth $5. and then it got because he's a nice guy. And then it got delisted. But before it got delisted, it got halted for 3 months.
You were referred by a friend or family to receive a free, all-inclusive vacation in the Caribbean.
All right. Another all-inclusive. Guys, at this rate, I'll be trading from a tropical island every day. Sorry to cut you guys off. I just find it hilarious.
Yeah, didn't the CEO go back on TV?
Yeah, he's like, I don't know why it's that, he didn't even know why his company was that high. That was a bad job. The CEO has one job, to make his shit smell better, and he did the exact opposite. He should have just been like, look, based on this growth, I guess they could have based it on his future growth and been like, look, this is justified because of this and this. Instead, he's like, I don't know why it's there. I don't know.
Oh, you remember Public Mania, right? Isn't that what he said? Public hype.
Yeah, I forgot what he said, but you know, it was so funny listening.
You know, I never saw that. Now I gotta find the video.
It was funny. But I mean, he just destroyed his reputation in one day. Like, he was just, that's the shortest lifespan of a CEO in a long time. That is an overnight success story that went to shit. Like, think about how many shares he probably had. And he's like, I'm not selling. And I don't think he actually sold. He probably, the whole time, he probably just looked at it and he's like, my net worth went up. Every bank's calling me. And then, boom, no bank. They all recited his offer.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
What is LFIN doing, actually? Let's take a look at their
Current
chart.
OPC is 50 cents. Someone posted it. I can't remember who posted it. Oh, Bagamoody. Thanks, Bag.
Oh my god. I feel so bad for that dude. Gee. At least he's never done an offering. Guys, you gotta give it to him.
Yeah, remember when he bought his own blockchain company?
I
Wasn't
feel
that what
so
happened?
bad.
He
That
bought his own
sucks.
blockchain company, right? Or something he was already invested in, and then they released it like it was something new.
Yeah, so they waited till IPO. Nothing about it in the S1. And then out of nowhere, they're like, oh yeah, we're just acquiring a blockchain company. And of course it's, orchestrated. We could see that from the... I was just lucky I sold my last 1,000 shares like right before the last halt, before it tanked. And I saw something about someone's having a hard time for years. Um, again, if you are, trade smaller sizes, preserve your capital, and work your ass off. I don't know how old you are, but you won't be able to do this when you're like 50. So get it done so then you can live in your 50s. Damn, you shorted LFIN? Damn, I couldn't find shares anywhere. I don't know if I even checked, actually, to be honest.
CHFS.
Wow, good job. Did you get in before the first tank on the halt? I still remember the trade. Like All right, I'm getting really bored on QRVO. I think if we don't break out soon, I'll give it another hour. If we don't break the 96 handle, I'll just cut. We'll tackle it again tomorrow. It has a possibility of gapping up further tomorrow, like Rita did, but not worth the risk, especially since it was $80 yesterday. You know what? I'm gonna keep a small portion, and the reason for that is just this Barron's article over there. Now, and you guys know how my investment portfolio is primarily SaaS companies, and based around tailored around 5G. So this is probably gonna fit right in.
ZXZZT. QRVO.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do a quick lesson. What's more important, net income or gross for a publicly traded company?
When you're talking about growth, are you referring to growth potential?
No, like revenue versus net income.
MTZ.
Now, this kind of ties in with what we talked about in the morning, when we looked at the taxes that people are getting taxed um, by different countries. You can see the same kind of thing effect on businesses as well, right? Taxation is a big thing. Now, this video actually was posted by Wizard in our training channel. I just happened to go through it. I didn't actually watch the video, but if it's something to do with Starbucks paying so little tax, I'm assuming it's because they're doing the same thing that every other company in the public market is doing, which is spending their income. So then they get taxed, less, right? Net losses are not a bad thing. And this is something that I wanted to actually bring up because a lot of people look at companies and they're like, yeah, they're good, but they're losing money. And it's true. Cash is king, but depending on the cycle they're at in their business, capital management is key. And one of the factors that, these companies will do is just keep reinvesting, keep buying other companies. It's just part. Oh, did it finally crack? Oh, yeah, I did. Thank you, QRVO. There we go, boys and girls. Waited all day for that crack, and guys, this was alerted at 92s. This thing's trading at 96.35 in a day. That is now, I'm not sure if that's what this video is going to explain to you guys, but I'm pretty sure it is. And that's why some people were wondering why my Disney model had higher revenue, right? I think it's 19 billion for this quarter is what I'm expecting, and then my EPS is low, and it's literally because of this one factor. I think capex is going to be a lot higher because this is their opportunity to write down anything they want, and the market will accept it because they're coming out with a new streaming service. It just makes sense. This is a good opportunity for them to just close the book on some of the bad stuff because everyone's just focusing on one aspect of their business. So there's always these little intricate, moves that companies will make behind the scene, and it just makes sense because the market's willing to front the money. Guys, I don't like Tesla here. If we don't bounce around here, it doesn't look good for us. So just letting you guys know. You know, we should do this more often. Let's go with another question. What's better, to have a higher market cap or a higher EV? Oh, this one's a tricky one. And I want to hear not just your guess. This isn't the 50-50. I want to hear your rationale behind.
BLCM.
EV is enterprise value.
TNXP.
Yeah, so market cap is just outstanding shares multiplied by the share price, right? We all know that. Enterprise value, a little bit different. It's market capitalization, but then you add the debt, you subtract the cash and cash equivalents. You add the preferred share capital, minority interests in other companies. And I think that's all. I think I'm missing. No, I think that's all. But what EV does is it kind of gives you the grasp of how much the company is actually worth if you were to take it private. Like, let's say you wanted to buy the funding secured kind of situation with Tesla. If they wanted to buy out the company. I remember that day specifically. I'm like, it makes no sense. Like, Saudi has the money, right? You know, their sovereign fund, PIC, right? They took a position. Days later, Musk had it in his head that he's going to take it private. And, you know, that same day, I still remember telling you guys, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Because they could buy it out at a much bigger discount than it would, than, you know, just securing it and paying a premium on it. Now, obviously, you can't just buy out a company, you know. The price is, the market's going to catch up to what you're doing. And the price is going to get jacked up anyways. But at that current time, it didn't make sense, right? What do we like? What do we want to look for? If we want a good valuation on a company, is it market cap or market cap is a nice way of saying what people have or currently are willing to pay.
Well, that would have to be determined by how.
So let's say this. Let's do this actually. Okay. Oh, actually, sorry to cut you off. Okay, let's say 100 million market cap. EV is sitting at 75. What does that tell you? Million, by the way. this telling you? Like those two figures. Dissect it. Doesn't necessarily mean there's 25 in cash. But that could be one.
That the value might go down.
That the market is paying a premium on what the valuation should be. There you go. That's good. Beautiful. Good job. So you'll see it on our chart, on our, I believe you'll be able to see it when we have that pre-market scan that's posted on YouTube. You can actually see that we post market cap to EV ratio. So then you guys can take a quick glance at it and kind of tell yourself, is this overbought or oversold? And the other thing is it worth it? Why is it overbought is another question. Why are they putting so much emphasis on the growth? Why are they willing to pay a premium? Those are questions that needs to be answered when you're looking at investing. Are you willing to pay the premium? You don't know. Why are you willing to pay the premium if no one else is? So I look for those deals. When it comes to valuations, I look for the other one. I look for the opposite. I look for companies with strong cash, strong revenue. I don't care about the debt because as long as they can meet their obligations, they're okay. But more importantly, I'm looking at companies where the market cap is actually much lower. The market has zero interest in this stock. Like ODP is a beautiful example. Amazon took over. We already know that. Everyone's like, why would anyone use Office Depot? And that's true. No one does use it. But no one actually looked into their earnings transcript like I did. And I saw that they're refocusing their business on B2B, which is business to business operations, on smaller scale businesses. They lost their money on the larger scale, but on the smaller scale businesses that require that tailored approach, that you can't just buy 2,000 boxes of pens every single quarter. You know, the ones that their business needs fluctuates, those companies, they need that tailored service, which Amazon isn't able to provide. Now obviously there is someone in every company that's in charge of I forgot, in charge of buying everything. The job is literally just to spend money. I forgot what they call it.
Where I'm from, they call those gold diggers.
Yeah, they have a job for that though nowadays. Shit, when we go into war, there's a committee that's in charge of picking the best boots and picking the best clothes for the army. That I forgot what they call. I'll figure it out one day. Procurement committee. Procurement committee. There is someone that's in charge of that in every. But they're not going on Amazon and trying to figure out what the best deal. They're just working with some person. It's just a waste of time. You have so much stuff that you have to buy for the company to make it run. You're not going to be price shopping.
STKS.
Is good for valuation of a company.
APWC.
And then, I use it for current valuation, kind of get a sense of it. It's a quick measure. Market cap is just what the market is paying right now, at the current time. Yeah, and calculating EV is really hard. You can't always find all the data online. You have to go with what they say. And let me tell you something about accountants. Their job, if they're getting paid from a firm, do you think they get paid? Okay, let's say I acquired a private business. Okay, Let's use my gummy business for example. Okay, let's say it was $5 million. I acquired that. Now on my book, to my public shareholders, I want to show that I acquired something good, that it's actually growing. So then we can attach a multiple onto it, make it seem like, my shit smells better. And we can say that based on their forward earnings, we'll put a valuation of $7 million on it, right? Now, if I was an accountant and they just kept my, next quarter they kept my valuation on the public company, minority interest goes into the minority shares in the Johnny's picture, but minority interest, we kept it at the value of $5 million. Is that a good thing? It says we say minority shares because you can't really buy out a company anymore. It's usually you buy a small portion. But when you're also buying non-public traded companies, then you're going to be using the term minority interest. Let's go with another one. What else can I test you guys on? Quick. Why is PE relevant? Johnny, you can type this out. Why is PE relevant is the first question. After we answer that, the second question is, what's the difference between forward PE and just regular PE, current PE? Next question after that, the difference between LTM and TTM. Not even going to tell you what the abbreviations mean. It's your job to dig it up.
CHFS.
Alright, you guys solve this. I'm going to go for the coffee that I want.
WFEA. MTZ.
So the forward PE is the ratio of the predicted the stock's price over the predicted earnings. Does that mean that it's what the stock's price is versus what it should be, or what the earnings should be, and the regular PE is what it actually is right now?
Yes. So why is PE important? It's not as much anymore because we now have sophisticated machines that can do better mathematics than before. Back in the day, we didn't have access to that because it was just too much bandwidth. When I mean that, I mean like the public usually didn't have access to any other information. Well, they did have access, but they'd have to actually come up with their own figures. Now tell me, why is PE important? What does it tell you? We figured out what EV does. We figured out what market cap is. So how does PE tie into all? Come on, guys. I need to see more people participating. There's no wrong answer. Wrong answer would be not to answer. Oh, thank you, Matt.
See if the stock is valued or not.
Wait, could you repeat that?
PE is important to determine if a stock is overvalued or not, right?
Yes, but what does it tell you about the stock? So we established this, right? We established that companies are priced not because of current valuations, but because of future growth. So if we're gonna work with that hypothesis, we gotta also agree with a few things. We have to have metrics or ratios or tools that'll allow us to measure it. To what extent is the market putting a premium on a product or a company in this case? And
STKS.
How much of that? How can we measure it? You know, most of my job
CHFS.
actually is just to reverse engineer other people's decisions. For me to get the best analysis, it's not because of I made a model that's better than everyone else. No, ours is exactly the same. But how do I get the growth metric? How do I get, what level am I going to price this at? Like Tesla, for example, when I was doing the model on that, I'm like, okay, so they're increasing their, non-automotive revenue, right? Which is their insurance that they're running in California as a test run, which is the solar panel side, So I'm trying to figure out what growth multiples should I apply to it. How do I figure that out? I'm not going to tell you that answer, by the way. That's like my secret, but if you work in my hedge fund, you'll probably learn it. But just kind of reverse engineer everything. You can come up to your own conclusion. But you actually will see what's involved in pricing. And that's something important. You need to understand pricing. A lot of people don't understand pricing. They look at a $5 stock that went to $6 and they're like, oh my god, it's going to go to 12. But they don't understand that's not how pricing works. If everybody already bought it based on future growth, then the guy that bought it at $5 or even lower, he already knows this is happening. But he already knows where it's going to go. So what is he going to do at $6? You think he's going to hold on till 8? No, he's going to be like, this is where I wanted it. I'm going to take some off. Alright, Dobie, great job on that. And it's not just that it's overvalued, it's that it's telling us, that the market is willing to pay a premium. That is not essentially a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. They see growth. That's why Tesla, it never makes sense to me. Valuation's stupid, but people are willing to pay for it. And forward PE, that's correct what you said. So forward PE, how do you get the forward PE number? Let's dissect the forward PE for a second. What's the you know what? Just write down the form.
It's current stock over the estimated earnings per share.
And so what period are you measuring the forward earning?
I don't want to guess, but
You got cut off. Could you repeat that again?
FNKO.
I said I don't want to guess, but I'm gonna guess quarterly.
No, it's 12-month usually. Now there is a 12-month trailing PE. This one's a more forward PE, so you're looking at the 12-month forward. Now the trailing PE is also important, just to see kind of the price trend. There's charts that I've used. I don't know if I have access to that now, but where you can actually just plot the trailing PE, or even the current, the trailing PE, and you kind of see it with the chart, and it kind of makes sense how the market moves. Like, I know everyone says market moves on technicals, but if you actually take a look at a chart with fundamentals on it, you'll realize that it's actually based on fundamentals. Let me see if I can conjure something like that.
ZXZZT. Star.
There you go, guys. I just posted it up. So we think, markets move on fundamentals, and yeah, it does in the short term, but it's really based on fundamentals here. So what are you noticing on the bottom sub or study there? You see the diluted shares going down year over year, right? What does that do to the stock? What happens when they buy back shares? Come on, guys. I'll be really disappointed if at least 5 people don't answer this question. Right? What happened? Supply and demand, right? There you go. There you go. I'm glad you guys all, price goes up because, supply is just down, right? And that's just basic economics. And now, when you take a closer look, you can actually kind of see where everything kind of switched for them. So, so when does it actually move? When does it break out? When does it start moving up higher? So we're gonna zoom into that same chart, and we're just gonna see how it kind of plays out. And this is why I say fundamentals trumps everything. I don't know, I don't care what anyone says. It's just how the world works, and it's how it should work, because that's just basic economics, right? Now take a look at that. Now what do you see there? Closer look at the revenue. Look how the stock kind of like trails with that revenue. Look what happens when the buybacks happen. Look what happens when the net income moves. Now this is very important. This is stuff that a lot of people won't teach you. They don't even know. By the way, this is a weekly chart of Apple, not a daily. Can't fit all that data on a daily. You guys see how this all ties in together? Current valuation, future growth, what's expected, reverse engineering everything, understanding the nuances of fundamental analysis, how you can use it. Was this complicated at any point? Was any of this complicated for you? Like what we did is we just looked at the past, we looked at the current valuation, and we looked at the metrics that they're looking at going forward. That way we can reverse engineering. What are they expecting? Why do stocks not move when they have a triple play? Why does some stocks move when they do have a triple play? All the answers, it's literally in this chart itself. It's what people already priced into it. Alright guys, that's it. I'm done. I should be a professor. Professor Price Action. Yeah, that's a title I'd like. You guys want to see something really messed up? Oh shit, that's a monthly chart I think I was on. Yeah, that's I think it's a oh no, wait. Let me go on let me show you something really sick. Boom. Feast your eyes on growth. Look at that. And when you really like scroll back, you kind of put things to perspective. That is ridiculously good. Mind you, their revenue's been pretty stagnant from 2014. Not the same growth aspect, but look at that. They're in a matured stage in their, cycle. Well, it's telling you right now, just from the chart, you can see extreme growth from 2004 to about 2013. And then it's sluggish, which is why in 2013 it kind of went down. But then they saw that the growth is still consistent. Even though it's sluggish, it's still consistent. So then what did the company do in 2014? What do you see? Hint. Actually, what did the company do in 2014? This is a really good question. Just off the chart, what did the company do to fight lower growth in their stock? This is a beautiful lesson. It's on the chart. You don't have to look through filings, nothing. They bought back shares, beautiful. They're controlling it now. They're taking steps to ensure that their stock is better. And then with those buybacks and planned buybacks and buybacks up to 2016, the market got a bit more confident. They saw that even though the growth rate has decreased, they're still consistent. And then you can see that it usually comes up again. You can see the net income is obviously leading. Those big gaps in price where it actually launches, that's when that net income starts moving up dramatically. And we see that still at a reasonable level for, a company that size. Now, what I taught you just in this 1 hour is pretty much something that no chat room, 99% of chat rooms will never teach you because they don't even know this. Tell me actually one more place you'd learn this except for school.
I think that was a week's worth of financial classes.
Yeah, probably like a semester, just broken down.
AGX.
Thank you, Ocean Grove, for always updating the TJ lessons there. So thank you. I don't like repeating myself, but sometimes it helps. Nice little refresher course. And Johnny, thank you for, posting those minutes too. That's amazing.
MTZ. QRVO. Golf. ZXZZT. ATKR. XHR. BLDR. SPAR. NPTN. BLCM. FNKO. Fix. Fix. JCS. Avid. RDVY. ISE. ATKR. ZXZZT. MDGS. MTZ. LAIX. RUS. NTLA. Bio. FNKO. ISE. ZXZZT. Golf. BLCM. LKQ. Ego. CHFS. BGS. QRVO. ISE. Russ. ZXZZT. Rail. CCR. MTZ. ISE. Rail. ZXZZT. LKQ. JCS. Russ. Leu. Star. ATKR. FLIR. ZXZZT. CYCCP. CHFS. AVTRA. NPTN ONVO RUS NMRK. ZXZZT. UEPS. Hoth. RDVY. Rus. Sky. DSS. ATKR. CRC. ZXZZT. CHFS. AVTRA. MHH. CEI. DSS. ONVO. FLL. CHFS. RDVY. ZXZZT. CFX. WCC. ATKR. BLD. AMOT. XNET. IMMR. BGNE. Fei. Leu. PH. ISE. CFX. RMAX. Tour. LKQ. RDVY. SMP.
you.